Imagine if, just 4 hours from now, you could feel calmer, stronger, and completely in control of your life. Imagine waking up tomorrow, not with stress, not with anxiety, but with a quiet confidence, a clear mind, a heart that's no longer pulled by every problem or every opinion, just peace, focus, power. But let's be honest, how many days have started with you checking your phone before you've even gotten out of bed? How many mornings have you wasted rushing, worrying, reacting, instead of leading? Here's the truth. Most people live their lives like passengers. Stoicism teaches you to take the wheel. This is not just a video. This is a turning point. In the next 4 hours, you will learn how to think like a Stoic, act with courage, respond with wisdom, and take control of your emotions, your time, and your future. And no, you don't need to be a philosopher or a monk. You just need a willingness to change. We're going to break it down hour by hour. Simple tools, clear steps, no fluff. And when we're done, you'll walk away with a mindset built to handle anything, storms, failures, pressure, without losing your peace. Before we start, I want you to make a promise to yourself. Type it in the comments. Starting today, I choose clarity. I choose discipline. I am Stoic. This is not just a sentence. It's a decision, a new path. Say it out loud. Feel the weight of it. Write it down. Now take a breath, because what comes next could change everything. Have you ever felt like life keeps throwing things at you, and no matter how fast you run or how much effort you give, something still feels out of place? Like your mind is tired, not just your body. As if you're constantly trying to control a storm that doesn't listen to your commands. There's a reason for that. And it's not because you're weak or lazy or broken. It's because you're trying to carry things that were never yours to carry in the first place. Most of us are walking around with invisible weights on our shoulders, worries about what others think, fears about what could happen tomorrow, regrets about yesterday. We carry them all at once, hoping that if we worry hard enough, things might magically improve. But the truth is, this way of living doesn't bring peace. It steals it. And what Stoicism offers is the knife to cut those invisible ropes, by showing you the difference between what is within your control and what is not. This may sound simple, but it's one of the most powerful mental shifts you can ever make. Once you learn to see this difference clearly, everything changes. Your stress levels drop. Your decisions become sharper. You stop wasting your energy on things that don't deserve your attention, and for the first time you feel free. Not because the world changed, but because your view of it did. Let's start with the core idea that Stoic philosophers like Epictetus taught with fierce clarity. Some things are up to us, and some things are not. That's it. Everything in life fits into one of those two boxes. What's up to you? Your thoughts, your choices, your actions, your attitude, your effort, your reactions. What's not? Other people's opinions, the weather, your past, your genetics, the economy. What happens after you speak your truth? Whether someone loves you back, or what the traffic is like this morning. This line between what's yours and what's not is where peace begins. But most people never learn to see it. Why? Because we live in a world that tells us to control everything. Control how you look, how others see you, how your future unfolds. But Stoicism teaches you that trying to control the uncontrollable is like yelling at the wind. It doesn't matter how loud you scream, it's not going to listen. When you begin to train your mind to spot what you can control, everything else becomes noise. It's like a mental filter. Life throws 10 problems at you, but instead of reacting to all 10, you pause and ask, Which of these are really mine to deal with? Maybe only 2. The other 8? You let them pass. And this isn't about being passive or uncaring. It's the opposite. It's about being so focused and grounded that you give your energy only to what actually matters. This is not something you master in a day. It's a practice, but even a small start makes a huge difference. Start by observing your inner talk. Notice the words you use when something upsets you. I can't believe they said that. Why is this happening to me? What if I fail? All of these statements are tied to things outside of your control. Shift your language. Say instead, I will respond calmly. I will focus on what I can do now. I will try, and whatever happens, I will adapt. Language is powerful because it shapes your mindset. When you focus your words on your responsibility, not the result, you regain your power. This shift does not remove all stress from your life, but it stops you from adding more than necessary. And sometimes that makes all the difference. One of the hardest parts of this lesson is letting go of the desire to control other people. You want them to understand you, to support you, to behave fairly. But here's a hard truth. You can be kind and still be misunderstood. You can give your best and still be judged. You can love with all your heart and still be rejected. That is life. What's up to you is not how they respond, but how you show up. Whether you choose bitterness or peace, whether you take revenge or take the high road, whether you let their actions define you, or you define yourself by your values. This is where Stoic strength truly begins, not in muscle, but in mindset. It takes strength to walk away without a reply, to forgive without being asked, to stand your ground without needing to shout. And that kind of strength becomes easier the moment you realize that what others do is not your responsibility. It never was. Now think about your time. Time is the clearest example of the dichotomy of control. You don't know how much time you have left. That part is not in your hands. But how you spend today, that's entirely yours. You can scroll, complain, blame, and waste it. Or you can use it. You can focus, create, connect, reflect. You don't get to choose when the clock stops, but you absolutely choose what you do while it's ticking. And the moment you grasp that, procrastination becomes a joke. Why? Because you stop seeing time as something endless. You understand the weight of a single hour. You stop trading it for things that don't serve your higher self. You become ruthless with what you say yes to, because every yes is a no to something else. The more you live by the Stoic principle of control, the more you'll see the world as it is, not as you wish it were. And that clarity is a superpower. For example, when plans fall apart, you'll feel the frustration, but instead of spiraling, you'll refocus. I can't change the situation, but I can change my approach. That sentence alone can save you hours of stress, days even. You'll bounce back faster, because you won't be clinging to what should have been. You'll be working with what is. Some people hear all this and think Stoicism is cold, detached, emotionless. But that's a misunderstanding. Stoicism isn't about becoming numb. It's about feeling with depth, but acting with reason. When something painful happens, you don't pretend it didn't hurt. You face it fully. But then you ask, what is mine to control in this situation? That question is a compass. It leads you out of emotional chaos and into calm action. And sometimes, the only thing you can control is how you breathe. That's enough. One breath, one pause, one clear thought. That's how you stop reacting and start responding. That's how you build emotional strength, not by fighting every battle, but by picking the right ones. This principle also shows up in how you prepare for life. The Stoics practice something called premeditatio malorum, imagining what could go wrong, not to feel fear, but to build readiness. You can't control if the economy dips or if someone betrays you, but you can train yourself to be mentally prepared. You can save money, strengthen your values, build skills. You don't wait for the storm to start learning how to swim. Preparation is power. It's a form of control that many ignore. They focus on hope. Stoics focus on readiness. Hope is not a plan. Hope is fragile. What's better is to say, if this happens, I know who I'll be. That mindset doesn't crumble under pressure. It adapts, and that kind of person can walk through fire without burning up inside. Relationships become clearer too. Instead of trying to fix everyone, you accept that your role is to support, not control. You offer help, but don't force it. You speak honestly, but don't chase approval. You love deeply, but don't lose yourself trying to keep someone who's already halfway out the door. That's not detachment, that's maturity. And in conflict, this mindset is life-changing. You'll stop needing to win every argument. You'll choose peace over being right, because you'll realize that controlling your pride is more powerful than controlling someone's opinion. You'll say what's true, then let go of the outcome. You'll stop over-explaining. You'll stop apologizing for having boundaries. You'll stop bending just to be liked. And in doing so, you'll finally respect yourself. It also transforms how you handle failure. You'll understand that the result isn't always your fault, but the effort always is. So if something doesn't work out, instead of drowning in shame, you'll reflect with purpose. Did I do my part? Did I give it my best? If yes, then you walk away with your head held high. If no, then you fix it, not by punishing yourself, but by committing to grow. This removes the fear of judgment. You no longer need applause to validate your choices. You don't need everyone to understand, because deep down, you know what you can control: your process, your preparation, your practice. The world can say what it wants, but inside, you stand firm. The more you live like this, the less you worry about things that used to ruin your day. Delays, criticism, gossip, unfairness, they still exist, but they don't own you, because you know your power isn't in changing others, it's in mastering yourself. And this is not about becoming selfish. In fact, it makes you more compassionate, because once you stop trying to control others, you start to really see them. You start to listen better, judge less, expect less, and love more freely, not out of need but out of choice. Not because you need something in return, but because giving becomes who you are. This freedom is quiet. It doesn't shout, but you'll feel it in how you sleep better, how you speak more clearly, how you handle change, how you stop needing life to go your way in order to be okay. At the end of the day, the question is simple: will you give your energy to what you can shape, or waste it on what you can't? That choice, repeated daily, is what builds a Stoic. Not in books, not in theory, but in practice, in action, in presence. So start today. Filter every thought, every emotion, every decision through one simple lens. Is this within my control? If yes, act with courage. If not, release with grace. That's not just a technique. That's a way of living. And it could be the most important thing you ever learn. And once you start seeing the difference between what's within your control and what isn't, something unexpected happens. You start noticing that many of your emotional reactions, those moments of anger, jealousy, anxiety, even guilt, come not from what's happening, but from how you're processing what's happening. Your emotions don't just rise out of thin air, they come from somewhere. And the next stage of this transformation begins when you stop trying to control the world and start investigating what controls you. There are moments in life that stay stuck in your mind far longer than they should. Someone says something in a meeting and your face flushes with heat. A message from someone you care about is cold or delayed, and suddenly your heart sinks. A decision doesn't go your way, and for the rest of the day your thoughts are a loop of blame or fear. These reactions feel automatic, but they're not. They are the result of something deeper: patterns, beliefs, wounds, expectations. And that's why this step matters so much. If you want to live like a Stoic, not controlled by impulse, not a slave to your feelings, but anchored in reason and calm, you have to understand your emotional triggers. You have to shine light into the dark corners of your inner world, not to judge yourself, not to suppress what you feel, but to understand what's underneath. The Stoics never said, "Don't feel." That's a myth. They said, "Feel, but don't be ruled." And the way to stop being ruled is through self-awareness. That's where it begins. With the ability to pause and ask, why did that moment hit me so hard? What belief inside me did it touch? What fear did it wake up? So let's begin that process. Start by identifying a few recent moments where your emotions ran the show. Moments when you snapped at someone, withdrew in silence, obsessed over a comment, or felt anxious out of nowhere. Write them down, not just what happened, but how it made you feel. That feeling is your clue, it's your signal, and that signal is pointing to something unspoken, something you haven't looked at directly. Let's say someone questioned your idea during a meeting and you felt instant anger. Ask yourself, was I angry because they were rude or because I fear looking unprepared? The distinction matters, because one is about them, the other is about you. When you take responsibility for your emotional response, you don't make yourself the villain. You make yourself powerful. You move from victim to student. Every trigger becomes a teacher. Every emotion becomes a message. Another example. You see a friend post a success online and you feel a sharp, almost invisible stab of jealousy. You think, why not me? Why am I behind? But the real question is, what belief just got exposed? Maybe you believe your worth depends on keeping up. Maybe you think you're not doing enough. That belief didn't start today. It's been there for years. The post just uncovered it. When you take the time to break these moments down, you'll start to see patterns. And patterns are power. Because once you know the pattern, you don't have to follow it. You can interrupt it. You can rewrite it. This is how the Stoic approach differs from most advice you hear about emotions. Most of the world tells you to let it out or just be positive. But Stoicism goes deeper. It tells you to understand, not react, not explode, not deny, but understand what you're feeling and why, and then respond from clarity, not chaos. Think of your emotions like a compass that's been hit too many times. If it's damaged, it still spins, but it doesn't guide you accurately. You wouldn't use a broken compass to find your way through the mountains. So why use unexamined emotions to navigate your decisions? This doesn't mean you push away your feelings. Quite the opposite. It means you sit with them, watch them, write about them, and investigate their root. It means when you feel that rise of defensiveness, you stop and ask, what am I defending? My pride? My identity? And is it really being attacked? Or am I just afraid of being seen in a way I don't like? This kind of honesty is hard, but it's the only way to grow. And when you begin doing this often, you start catching things earlier. Before the emotion takes over, you start noticing the tightening in your chest, the speed in your breath, the way your thoughts start spinning. These are not random signs, they are signals. If you slow down and watch them, they teach you. That's why Stoics spoke often about attention, because attention is what allows you to shift from being a puppet of your emotions to becoming the master of your choices. And here's something even deeper. Many emotional triggers are actually tied to past pain that was never processed. If someone's disapproval shuts you down, it might be tied to an old wound. Maybe a parent, a teacher, someone you once tried to please and failed. Your adult mind forgets, but your nervous system remembers. That's why certain words or tones hit you harder than they should. They're touching an unhealed place. This is why you must look back, not to stay there, but to understand the blueprint. You can't change what happened, but you can understand how it shaped your emotional wiring. And once you understand it, you can rewrite it. You can say, that old story doesn't run me anymore. This kind of work doesn't make you more emotional, it makes you freer. Because when you understand your triggers, you don't avoid difficult situations. You step into them with awareness. You become more honest, more stable, more courageous. People will feel the difference in your energy. You'll speak more clearly because you're not speaking from fear. You'll listen more deeply because you're not constantly defending your ego. And this changes relationships too, because a triggered mind creates conflict where none needs to exist. But a calm, self-aware person can turn arguments into conversations, not by being passive, but by being clear. You'll stop taking things personally. You'll stop reading into every silence. You'll start asking direct questions, not making silent assumptions. This is the power of auditing your triggers. It clears away the fog, and the more you do it, the less reactive you become. You start to see that you don't need to comment on every comment. You don't need to defend every part of your identity. You can let things pass without absorbing them. That's not indifference, that's wisdom. Another part of this practice is learning to separate emotion from behavior. Just because you feel anger doesn't mean you have to act on it. Just because you feel hurt doesn't mean you must shut down. Emotions are signals. They are not orders. The Stoics knew this. That's why they trained themselves to pause, not to be cold, but to be in control. In that pause, you get to choose. What response matches my values? What action leads me closer to who I want to be? And when you respond this way, you stop living life on other people's terms. You become grounded, solid, steady. You'll also notice that some of your triggers are predictable. They happen around certain people, in specific situations, at particular times. That predictability is your gift. It means you can prepare. You can rehearse your response ahead of time. You can visualize staying calm. You can create new habits. One of the most powerful things you can do is make a plan for your most common trigger. Write it down, break it apart. Practice your new response like a musician practices a song until it becomes automatic. Over time, this builds a kind of quiet pride, a self-respect that comes not from image, but from inner integrity. You start to trust yourself, because you're no longer controlled by every passing emotion. You've earned your own trust. That's what makes confidence real. It's not about thinking you'll never feel fear or anger again. It's knowing that when you do, you'll handle it with strength. And you don't have to be perfect. The goal is not to become emotionless. The goal is to be emotionally wise. When you mess up, you reflect, not shame yourself. You ask, what can I learn? Where did I lose awareness? That reflection is a form of power. It's how you build resilience, not by never falling, but by getting up smarter every time. This is what the Stoics meant when they said, philosophy is not just theory, it's training. Just like the body is trained with movement, the mind is trained with observation and reason. And the more you train, the more you notice. You start to feel the difference between an emotion that needs expression and one that needs reflection, between something that's valid and something that's just noise. That's a high level of awareness, and it's available to anyone willing to do the work. If there's one thing to remember, it's this: your emotions are not the enemy. Your ignorance of them is. When you know what triggers you, you know where your work is. You stop being surprised by your own reactions. You become prepared. You become stable. You stop fearing emotion because you understand it. And in that understanding, you gain control, not over the world, but over yourself. That is the beginning of freedom. The kind of freedom Stoicism was built for. The kind of freedom no one can take away. And once you've experienced it, you won't want to go back. Because there's nothing more powerful than being able to stand in the middle of chaos and still choose peace. When you begin seeing your emotional responses clearly, it becomes obvious how much of your life is shaped not by events, but by how your attention is directed. The emotional charge from a single thought can cost you an entire afternoon. One brief argument can echo in your mind long after the conversation ends. And the real damage isn't just the feeling, it's the time it quietly steals while you're not paying attention. That's why the next step is not only about awareness of emotion, but awareness of time. Not in theory, in practice, in numbers. Because until you see where your hours truly go, you won't understand how much of your life you've handed over to distractions dressed as needs. This is the quiet theft. How time disappears not in big dramatic moments, but in small choices that seem harmless in the moment and devastating in the long run. Start by tracking just one day. From the moment you wake up to the second your head hits the pillow. Write it down in blocks, not estimates, actual time. The time you scrolled, the time you waited in silence but filled it with noise. The extra 10 minutes turning into 30 as you checked something real quick. Don't justify it, just record it. You might be surprised. You'll see that it wasn't a lack of time that kept you from reading that book, making that call, or working on that goal. It was a lack of intention. Epictetus said, "No person hands over their body to be used by another, but how freely we give our time away." And that's where this lesson hits hardest, because the most precious resource you have is not money or energy, it's your hours. And once they're spent, they don't come back. Think about the last 24 hours. How many minutes were used with awareness? How many were automatic, reactive, or unconscious? This isn't about shame, it's about honesty. Because nothing changes until it's clear. And when you track your time without filters, you stop lying to yourself. You stop pretending you don't have enough time. You start seeing where you've been spending it poorly, on things that don't match your values, your goals, or the person you want to become. Time ownership begins when you accept that you are responsible for how your minutes are used. Not your job, not your family, not the world. you. Because even when others demand your time, it's still your choice how you give it. Even if you say yes because you're afraid of conflict, it was still your yes. And every yes has a cost. It takes time away from something else. This is why Stoicism emphasizes mastering the present moment, because it's the only part of your life you ever truly possess. The past is out of reach. The future is uncertain. But right now, this second is yours. And most people spend their present moment either regretting the past or trying to control the future. So they miss the only part that's actually real. You can see it in how people fill their downtime. Silence makes them anxious. Stillness feels like laziness, so they fill every gap with noise. They don't realize that doing this trains their brain to fear focus. Every time you avoid stillness, you strengthen your need for distraction, and the more distracted you are, the less present you become. You lose your ability to create, to connect, to listen, to rest. That's what makes attention sacred. And in a world that profits from your distraction, protecting your attention becomes a revolutionary act. It means choosing not to reach for your phone every time your mind feels restless. It means designing your day around depth, not just speed. It means asking, before every new task, is this how I want to spend my time, or is this just the default? And default behavior is dangerous, because it doesn't look harmful at first. Checking the news, clicking on one more video, responding to a message the moment it arrives. These seem small, but they add up. 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there. A lifetime gone in pieces. So the practice is simple. Every hour, pause and ask, what am I doing right now, and why? Not from guilt, but from curiosity. If you do this consistently, you'll start to notice something else. Not all busy time is valuable. Being active doesn't mean being productive. You can spend an entire day doing things and still move no closer to anything that matters. The Stoics understood this. That's why they trained themselves to say no to what was urgent but unimportant. Owning your time doesn't mean packing your schedule. It means aligning your hours with your principles. If you say health matters, but your time shows zero effort toward it, there's a gap between what you believe and how you live. That gap creates stress. It creates guilt. And you don't fix it by working harder. You fix it by making different choices. Even rest must be intentional. Stoicism doesn't glorify endless work. It teaches balance. But true rest is not mindless escape. It's chosen recovery. It's the kind of rest that prepares you to give more. When your rest is passive, it doesn't restore you. It leaves you feeling just as drained, because your mind was never truly off. That's why many people feel exhausted even after hours of so-called relaxation. Their attention was still scattered. Their mind was still chasing noise. You can start reclaiming your time by designing your day in layers. Begin with what matters most, what supports your values, your health, your growth. That comes first. Then, structure the rest of your day around it. Don't fit the important stuff around the unimportant. Fit the unimportant stuff around what matters. That shift alone can transform how each hour feels. Another key practice is to set boundaries, not just with others, but with yourself. It means saying no to things that feel comfortable but cost you clarity. It means ending tasks when you said you would, not when your energy runs out. It means respecting your time as if it were someone else's. Because if you wouldn't let someone waste a full day of your life, why let yourself? And remember, not all lost time looks like laziness. Sometimes it's overcommitment. doing too much for others, saying yes because you want to be liked, overscheduling because stillness feels unfamiliar. If you always feel behind, it's not because time is too short, it's because your priorities are unclear. When you know what matters most, you stop chasing everything else. One of the most powerful habits you can build is reviewing your day before it ends. Ask yourself, where did my time go? What choices did I make? What will I do differently tomorrow? This small act creates awareness. It creates ownership. It turns your time from something that slips through your fingers into something you hold with both hands. You'll also notice that when you start living with time integrity, your confidence increases. Not because everything is perfect, but because you know you're showing up for yourself. You stop waiting for motivation and start building discipline. You stop living by emotion and start living by decision. That's where self-respect grows, not from results, but from alignment. And alignment brings peace, because you're no longer haunted by the feeling that you're always behind. You're no longer drained by the weight of unfinished intentions. You start moving slower but deeper, less scattered, more present. This is what Stoics meant when they talked about living according to nature. It's not about escaping modern life. It's about living with rhythm, with purpose, with clarity. It's about waking up each morning and knowing exactly what to do. Not because you've been told, but because you've chosen. You've thought about it. You've made it yours. Even your morning routine becomes a form of time ownership, not as a list of tasks, but as a ritual. A space to set your tone. A moment to remember that today is not just another repeat of yesterday. It's new, it's valuable, it's one less day on your timeline, and that truth should not scare you. It should sharpen you. That's why awareness of time is not just about productivity, it's about presence. It's about knowing that how you spend your day is how you spend your life. That's not just a quote, it's a fact. And the more you live by it, the more each hour becomes sacred. Not serious, not heavy, but intentional. You'll laugh more, not less. You'll rest better, not worse, because you'll know your time is being used well. That's the paradox. When you own your time, life feels lighter. Not because there's less to do, but because your doing is connected to meaning. And that meaning gives you strength. It becomes your filter. When distractions knock, you'll feel them for what they are, not invitations, but interruptions. When doubt whispers that you're falling behind, you'll respond with truth. I'm exactly where I need to be, because I chose this moment. That's not arrogance, that's clarity. In the end, time ownership isn't about squeezing more into your day. It's about filling your day with more of you, your values, your voice, your presence. That's what Stoicism wants for you. Not a full life, but a meaningful one. Not a busy life, but a clear one. And it starts with a simple question you must ask again and again. Is this how I want to spend my only life? Answer that honestly, and you'll never waste another hour again. When you begin to take full ownership of your time, something shifts within you. You stop making excuses and start telling the truth to yourself. You stop pretending tomorrow will be different just because you hope it will, and instead start shaping your days with real decisions. But as you move forward with greater clarity and control, you'll notice something else. The voice inside you that still doubts, that still complains, that still fears. Even when your time is managed, even when your plans are clear, the inner dialogue continues. And if you don't direct that voice, it will lead you backward. That's why your next step is not action, but reflection. Because without deep reflection, your progress becomes mechanical. And without guidance from your highest self, it becomes easy to drift back into old habits. This is where journaling from the perspective of a sage becomes essential. You are not just writing about your day, you are stepping into the mind of a wiser version of yourself. One who has lived, struggled, and transcended. One who doesn't panic at every obstacle, doesn't chase validation, and doesn't forget what truly matters. There's power in asking what Seneca or Marcus Aurelius would say about the very situation you're facing. It interrupts your emotion and forces reason to return. This is not about pretending to be someone else. It's about accessing a part of you that already knows how to respond better, but is often drowned out by urgency and noise. Sit down with paper or your screen and recall a moment from your day that pulled you off balance. You don't need to wait for a crisis. It could be something small, a delay, a rude message, a moment of boredom that you filled with distraction. Then write, not from your current emotional state, but from the voice of a timeless guide. Write as if you are a philosopher who has already seen through the chaos and returned with insight. What would they tell you? Not as a lecture, but as a reminder. Writing this way forces you to step outside of your emotional fog and look at your thoughts with calm distance. It's like walking out of a storm and realizing the rain was only temporary. You see that the feelings that felt overwhelming in the moment are actually passing clouds, not permanent truths. Use this voice to explore your choices. Would a Stoic write about how unfair someone was today, or would they focus on how they responded? Would a sage complain about interruptions, or reflect on how quickly they abandoned their attention? Would they focus on the behavior of others, or on the strength of their own principles? Writing in this way is a form of self-discipline. It trains you to make sense of your life through wisdom, not impulse. It also creates a record of growth. When you look back weeks or months later, you'll not only see the situations you faced, but the clarity you developed. That becomes a living document of your character. Many people journal as a way to vent, and while releasing emotion has its place, this practice is about refinement. Not just feeling better, but thinking better. Not just unloading, but understanding. Ask the harder questions. What did I avoid today that I should have faced? What principle did I abandon in favor of comfort? What habit quietly stole my peace? You can also write about decisions you're currently facing. Step into the mind of your wiser self. How would they look at the options in front of you? Would they tell you to act with courage or with caution? Would they remind you of the long-term outcome or the short-term discomfort? This is not about hearing what you want to hear. It's about confronting the truth you already know, but often ignore. This practice is also valuable for gratitude, not in a generic way, but in a grounded one. A sage would not tell you to be blindly positive. They would remind you of impermanence, that what you have today can vanish tomorrow, that nothing is owed, that every moment is a gift. Gratitude from that place becomes powerful. It wakes you up. And this method helps with self-forgiveness. If you write as a sage, you won't speak to yourself with cruelty. You'll hold yourself accountable, yes, but with compassion. You'll understand that weakness isn't failure, it's opportunity. That setbacks are not permanent unless you stop learning. That harshness is never more effective than honesty. The Stoic voice does not flatter, it does not condemn. It reveals, it invites, it corrects. And if you train yourself to hear it through writing, That voice will start appearing during your day, guiding your tone during conversations, interrupting reactive thoughts, helping you stay grounded during stress. Over time, it becomes the voice you trust most. This reflection also helps you practice objectivity. Most people live trapped inside their own perspective. Writing as a sage teaches you to step outside of your own story, to look at your life from above, to view your emotions as data, not identity, to review your struggles not with self-pity, but with curiosity. It's also a training in humility, because when you speak to yourself from the lens of a timeless wisdom, you realize how often you chase things that don't matter, how often you forget what you say you value, how easily you get thrown off by petty things. And that recognition doesn't have to be shameful. It can be freeing. It shows you where to focus your next improvement. Some days, the reflection will be hard. You'll see clearly the excuses you made, the time you wasted, the unnecessary conflict you fed. But that's when this exercise matters most. That's when you grow the most. Reflection isn't meant to feel comfortable. It's meant to bring truth. And truth doesn't always smile. Sometimes it corrects, sometimes it pierces, but it always clears the path forward. Use this tool to examine your principles. Ask, was I just even when it was difficult? Was I temperate, or did I chase excess? Was I courageous, or did I shrink back when I should have stood firm? Was I wise, or did I follow impulse? These questions give you a clear moral compass, not just as an idea, but as daily practice. And when you fall short, because everyone does, let your sage voice remind you, the goal is not perfection, but progress. The value of Stoicism is not in becoming unshakable, but in becoming more consistent. Fewer regrets, more alignment. And writing in this way helps you see the direction you're headed. If it's off course, you can adjust. If it's aligned, you can reinforce. Let this journaling also become a space for legacy thinking. What kind of life are you building, not just for comfort, but for contribution? What would your wiser self say about the impact you're making? Not just how you're feeling today, but what kind of person you're becoming. You don't need a crisis to write with depth. Everyday moments hold wisdom if you pay attention. A smile from a stranger, a temptation you resisted, a word you didn't say. All of these are lessons waiting to be shaped into character. Writing turns those fleeting experiences into lasting insight. And even when life feels repetitive, the writing won't be. Because each day presents a new layer of understanding, a new opportunity to deepen your awareness. You'll begin to notice subtleties, how your reactions are faster when you're tired, how your values shift under pressure, how your strengths shine when you're present. These insights can't be bought. They're earned through consistency. This practice doesn't require hours. 10 focused minutes can be enough. The power is not in the length, it's in the honesty. If you show up each day and write with sincerity, you will change. Not in one giant leap, but in daily inches. And over time, those inches turn into a new life. You'll also notice that the more you write as your higher self, the more you start acting like that person. Because what you focus on grows. What you rehearse becomes real. Your mind begins to believe in this version of you, not because of hope, but because you've made it familiar. In time, the separation between your current self and your wiser self begins to shrink. The distance closes. Your decisions become calmer. Your actions become cleaner. Your mind becomes quieter. You don't have to think so hard about what the right thing is. because you've practiced choosing it over and over in writing and in life. And even when things fall apart, and they will, you will return to this page. Not for escape, but for recalibration. Your journal becomes a mirror, a map, and a mentor. It reflects who you are. It guides who you want to be. And it speaks to you when everything else gets loud. No app, no advice, no shortcut can replace this process. It's yours alone, and it requires nothing but your willingness to sit down and listen to the part of you that already knows the way, if only you give it time to speak. That is the real purpose of this exercise, not to add another task to your day, but to remove the noise, to help you think like the person you're becoming, to see your life not through the lens of fear or anger or doubt, but through clarity, courage, and wisdom. Not someday, today, right now. Pick up the pen and begin. When you begin writing from the voice of your wiser self, something fundamental shifts. You no longer respond to life the way you used to. Your mind becomes calmer, your thinking more precise, your decisions more aligned. But even with this growing awareness, there's a trap many still fall into: the inability to see what is actually happening, separate from what they believe is happening. This single confusion between fact and interpretation is the root of much unnecessary pain. And unless you learn to see the difference, no level of journaling, intention, or wisdom will truly set you free. This practice is one of the most powerful in the Stoic toolkit and one of the most confronting, because it forces you to face the truth. Many of your negative emotions are not caused by the events themselves, but by the story you tell yourself about those events. And that story is often built from fear, assumptions, ego, or unresolved wounds. Think back to a moment that disturbed you recently: a disagreement, a failure, a rejection, a delay. At first glance, it feels obvious why you were upset. But pause, write it down. Now divide the experience into two categories. On one side, write only the raw facts. What actually occurred? What would a video camera have recorded without emotion, without inner narration? On the other side, write your interpretation, what you felt it meant, how you reacted, what thoughts you had about it. This simple act of separation can reveal so much. You may find that what really happened was small, even neutral. But your interpretation made it personal, urgent, and heavy. And that interpretation shaped your reaction, not the facts. A common example might be a friend not replying to a message. The fact is clear. You sent a message and there was no reply for several hours. That's it. But your interpretation may have been, they're ignoring me, they're upset, I said something wrong, they don't value our connection. From that interpretation, emotions rise: hurt, anger, anxiety. But what if none of that was true? What if they were simply busy or didn't see the message? Your entire emotional spiral was built on a guess. The Stoics taught that events are objective, but our opinions about them are what make them feel good or bad. This doesn't mean you should become numb or unfeeling. It means you must question the first meaning your mind creates, because that meaning is often distorted by habit, memory, and fear, not reason. This practice becomes even more important in high-stress situations. For example, if you lose a job, the fact is, your role ended. That's real. But your interpretation might be, I'm a failure, I'm not respected, I'll never find anything better. That story is not real. It's imagined. And yet, it determines how you feel, how you act, and whether you recover with strength or spiral into self-doubt. If you can slow down and write the facts as clearly and neutrally as possible, you begin to take back control. You step out of the emotional fog and into clarity. You see what's solid and what's imagined. And in that space, you can begin to choose a more useful response. This doesn't mean your interpretations are always wrong, but it does mean they need to be tested, not blindly accepted. Ask yourself, what evidence do I have? What else could this mean? What would a wise, calm observer see here? These questions shift you from emotional reaction to thoughtful reflection. They help you resist the mind's tendency to assume the worst. You'll also begin to notice patterns in your interpretations. Maybe you often assume people are upset with you, or that you're being judged, or that failure means you aren't enough. These aren't random. They're beliefs shaped by past experiences, often long ago. And unless you challenge them, you'll keep projecting them onto new situations. This exercise is also helpful in relationships. Many arguments start not because of what was said, but because of what was assumed. Someone makes a comment, and it triggers an old story. They don't respect me. They always blame me. They think I'm not trying hard enough. But if you slow down and separate what was actually said from how you heard it, you might find that your reaction had more to do with your past than the present. This clarity doesn't just reduce conflict, it builds empathy. Because once you learn how your own mind adds layers of interpretation, you realize other people are doing the same. That means their reactions are also shaped by their own fears and assumptions. Understanding this makes you less defensive, less quick to blame, and more able to respond with patience. The power of this practice is that it teaches you to become the watcher of your own mind, to catch your thoughts before they take over, to notice when you're building a narrative that isn't serving you, and to replace it with something more accurate, more grounded, more helpful. But this isn't just an exercise to do when things go wrong. It's a mindset to bring into every moment. Even in small interactions, you can pause and ask, what just happened? What story did I add to it? Is that story useful, or is it poisoning my peace? Over time, this becomes automatic. You start spotting the difference between reality and assumption without needing to write it down. But writing it, especially in the beginning, trains the brain to see more clearly. And clarity is freedom. You also become more emotionally resilient. Because when you stop believing every anxious thought, when you stop reacting to every imagined threat, you become steadier. You realize that most of your pain is optional, that your inner peace doesn't depend on the outside world cooperating, but on your ability to see things as they truly are. This doesn't mean you suppress real feelings. If something hurts, let it hurt. But even in that hurt, look closely. What part of this is fact and what part is meaning I created? You'll often find that the intensity of your suffering comes more from the story than the situation. And sometimes you'll see that the situation you were upset about was actually neutral, or even a blessing in disguise. When you stop assuming that every difficulty is a sign of failure, you create space for perspective. You allow for the possibility that this challenge might be necessary or temporary, or leading you somewhere better. Doing this regularly builds a habit of mental clarity, and clarity is rare in a world addicted to reaction. When everyone else is quick to judge, you learn to observe. When others are consumed by fear, you ask questions. When others spiral, you center yourself, not because you're better, but because you've trained your mind not to jump to conclusions. And the benefit goes far beyond your own peace. A clear mind makes you a better leader, a better partner, a better friend. People will trust you more because your reactions aren't unpredictable. Your decisions aren't based on mood. Your energy doesn't drain others. That steadiness becomes a quiet influence. It spreads without effort. But most importantly, it allows you to trust yourself, because you know your emotions no longer control your actions. You're no longer a slave to fear or pride or assumption. You respond with reason, with strength, with awareness. And that's what Stoicism is about. Not being cold or unfeeling, but being honest about what you know, what you assume, and what you control. This practice of separating fact from interpretation is at the core of that honesty. It's a practice that humbles you, because you'll see how often your mind gets it wrong. But it also empowers you, because you'll see how often you can choose a better way. Start now. Think of the last time something upset you. Break it down. What are the facts? What was your interpretation? What would happen if you chose a new interpretation, one that was kinder, calmer, more grounded? This is how you stop letting your mind create suffering. This is how you stop reacting and start responding. And this is how you build a life that's not controlled by your fears, but guided by your clarity. Once you begin to recognize the weight of your own interpretations, a strange kind of freedom emerges. You no longer become trapped by every setback, every delay, every harsh word. You realize your mind had been coloring reality with assumptions, and those colors often distorted more than they revealed. But even as this awareness grows, you still face a world that doesn't always play along. Plans fall apart, people disappoint, challenges appear out of nowhere. And if you're not ready, even the smallest disruption can throw you off track. That's why the next skill is not just about reacting wisely, but preparing deliberately. This is where the practice of anticipating difficulty becomes vital. Premeditatio malorum, premeditation of adversity, is not about pessimism. It's not about expecting the worst to happen or living in constant fear of disaster. It's a mental strength training, a way to meet life with readiness instead of surprise. It builds an inner flexibility that doesn't crack under pressure. When things go wrong, as they sometimes will, you won't be caught off guard because part of you already rehearsed for it. Start by looking at one plan for your day. A meeting, a task, a conversation, a goal. Now mentally walk through what would happen if it went completely sideways. Not just slightly off, but fully off course. The response you wanted doesn't come. The result you worked for fails. The timing doesn't line up. The person you need doesn't show. Feel the discomfort of that possibility. Don't push it away. Let yourself sit in it. That discomfort is useful. It's not weakness. It's preparation. Now ask, what would you do in that moment? Would you lose your temper, give up, retreat, blame someone? Or would you pause, breathe, reset, and move forward with a different plan? This rehearsal builds a habit of resilience, because you're showing your mind that discomfort is not the end. That failure is not destruction. That adversity can be met, not just endured. This kind of preparation doesn't just help you in big moments. It trains your mindset for everyday life. When you practice visualizing setbacks ahead of time, you're less likely to panic when things don't follow the script. And life rarely follows the script. That's not bad news, it's just reality. Your job isn't to avoid surprise, it's to strengthen your response. This mental rehearsal also helps reduce fear, because fear often comes from being unprepared. When you avoid thinking about what could go wrong, it lingers in the background, making you uneasy. But when you face it head-on, when you actually name the fear, walk through it, and plan around it, that fear begins to shrink. You see that it's not as powerful as it seemed, that you have more options than you thought. There's also a deeper layer to this practice. It teaches you not to take outcomes for granted. It reconnects you to the reality that nothing is promised. Not your job, not your health, not the people you love, not even the next hour. And instead of scaring you, that truth wakes you up. It brings presence. It makes you appreciate things more, not less. When you realize a plan can fail, you bring more focus to it. You stop treating the moment casually. You stop assuming you have unlimited chances. That awareness sharpens your effort. It removes laziness. It replaces entitlement with urgency. Not rushed urgency, but mindful urgency. The kind that says, "This matters. This could be my only chance. Let me give it my full attention." Premeditatio malorum also helps you build emotional strength. It's easy to feel brave when everything's going well, but when you rehearse difficulty, you get to practice who you are when things fall apart. You get to train your identity, not just your strategy. You get to ask, when it's uncomfortable, what kind of person do I become? Do I stay grounded in my principles, or do I abandon them the moment they're tested? This kind of questioning prepares you for real life, not ideal life. It reminds you that things won't always be fair, that some people will act selfishly, that unexpected challenges will arise. But you won't be shocked by them. You'll meet them with a mindset already conditioned for pressure. And it works the other way too. Once you've visualized the setback, you reapproach your plan with fresh energy. You walk into the situation not just hoping for success, but prepared for any outcome. That preparation becomes confidence. You're no longer tied to one result. You're focused on doing your part well, regardless of what comes next. That's power. That's peace. Think of a Stoic, not as someone who avoids difficulty, but as someone who studies it in advance, who walks through the battlefield in their mind before stepping into it in real life, who plans not just for victory, but for failure, and knows how to respond either way. This is not overthinking. It's not obsessing over worst-case scenarios. It's about training the mind to stay balanced. Because when you've mentally visited adversity before it arrives, your nervous system doesn't go into shock when it does. You don't freeze. You act, not with panic, but with presence. And even when the adversity never comes, the preparation still serves you, because it makes you grateful. It makes you savor what's going well. You see the normal as a gift. You experience simple moments with depth because you've mentally rehearsed their absence. That's the subtle beauty of this practice. It builds both resilience and appreciation. It teaches you to expect nothing but prepare for everything, to plan carefully but release attachment, to move forward with intention but also with flexibility. And there's something deeply humbling about it. You realize how little is under your control, but instead of feeling helpless, you feel clear. You stop fighting reality. You start adjusting. You become fluid like water, not rigid like glass. When pressure comes, you bend, but you don't break. This adaptability is the result of inner training. You can't fake it in the moment. You have to prepare in advance. Just like a musician practices before the concert, just like a soldier trains before the mission, you must rehearse how to respond when life doesn't go your way. Not once, over and over. You can even take this further. Practice small discomforts on purpose. Take the harder path once a day. Delay gratification. Skip a convenience. Face a fear in small doses. These little moments build inner toughness. They show you that your comfort is not your limit. They remind you that your identity is not built in ease, it's forged in challenge. And when real adversity comes, and it will, you will not be shaken in the same way. Because you've practiced not just surviving, but rising. You've built emotional muscle. You've trained your focus. You've proven to yourself again and again that you can do hard things without falling apart. This mindset doesn't just help you personally, it makes you a better leader, a better parent, a better partner, because people around you will feel it. Your calm will anchor others. Your steadiness will offer security. Your clarity will become an example. Not because you say the right thing, but because you've trained to respond with strength, and that strength spreads. In time, adversity itself becomes something you don't fear, but something you use. You stop asking for life to be easy. You ask to be strong. You stop hoping everything works out. You hope for the wisdom to face whatever comes. That shift changes everything. Because when you're prepared to face what could go wrong, you give your best to what could go right. Without fear, without hesitation, with full presence, with courage. That's the essence of this practice, and it's yours now. All you need to do is use it. Pick a plan. Picture it going wrong. Feel it. Breathe through it. Prepare for it. Then go live your day. Not as a victim of what might happen, but as a builder of what will happen, through action, through awareness, through strength. That's what Stoicism prepares you for. Not a perfect life, a resilient one. Once you begin meeting adversity before it arrives, you stop fearing what might happen and start shaping how you respond. You're no longer caught off guard by delays or disappointments. You're trained for them. This inner strength gives you an edge, but it needs to be maintained, like a blade that dulls without care. And the best time to sharpen that edge is not after a crisis, but before the day even begins. Because how you start your morning often decides how the rest of the day unfolds. It sets the tone, shapes your state of mind, and reminds you what kind of person you're choosing to be. What happens in the first 5 minutes after you wake up determines far more than most people realize. It influences what you focus on, how you speak to others, how you interpret events, and how easily you're thrown off course. If you don't take control of that space, the world fills it for you, with noise, distraction, and urgency. But if you create a simple, intentional Stoic ritual rooted in virtue, you reclaim the direction of your day before anything else has a chance to influence it. This isn't about checking off another box or building a complex morning routine. It's about choosing to meet the day with clarity, discipline, and purpose before the outside world has a chance to rush in with its demands. The Stoics believed that the soul needs preparation each morning, just like a warrior needs armor before going into battle. You don't start with the fight, you start with the mindset. The focus is not on speed or motivation, it's on grounding. Even 5 minutes is enough when used wisely. This is not about filling your time, but refining your intent. You start by remembering what matters, what kind of character you want to live with, what kind of energy you want to bring into your interactions, and how you want to respond to whatever the day presents. Begin in silence, without distraction. No phone, no noise, just you and your thoughts. This first moment is about claiming the day as yours. You're not reacting to messages, you're not checking for updates, you're centering yourself before the world tries to pull you in every direction. Stillness is not wasted time, it's where your clarity begins. Now bring your attention to the 4 Stoic virtues: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Each one is a compass point. Each one answers a question that will guide you throughout the day. These questions aren't asked out loud, but they guide your affirmations, shaping how you speak to yourself before anything else does. Wisdom begins with asking what is true and what is worth your focus. Remind yourself that opinions are everywhere, but knowledge is rare. You don't need to have all the answers. You need to seek clarity and be willing to learn. As part of this ritual, reflect briefly. What is in your control today? What deserves your attention and what doesn't? Affirm to yourself that your energy will not be wasted on rumor, guesswork, or gossip. You will pursue what is grounded, not what is loud. Courage is not about being fearless. It's about doing what's right, even when it's uncomfortable. Remind yourself each morning that your fears are not in charge of your decisions. Think about one thing you've been avoiding, something small, even just a conversation or a decision, and tell yourself that today you will face it. Not because it's easy, but because avoidance weakens you and action strengthens you. Affirm that discomfort is not a signal to retreat, but an invitation to grow. Justice is the commitment to fairness, to honesty, to serving something beyond yourself. In your morning reflection, ask how you can be of value, not just in words, but in presence. How will you treat others? How will you speak, respond, and carry yourself so that your values are clear, even when no one is watching? Affirm that you will act with integrity, that your strength will not come at the cost of another's dignity, that your choices will reflect not just what you want, but what is right. Temperance is about balance. It's the strength to say, enough. It keeps your desires in check so they don't control you. In the morning, reflect on where you tend to go too far. Is it rushing through tasks, seeking approval, overindulging in comfort? Affirm that today you will practice discipline, not as punishment, but as freedom. That you will say no when no is needed, even to yourself. That you will respect your limits because doing so gives you power, not weakness. By bringing these 4 principles into the start of your day, you do more than prepare for external events. You align your inner compass. This alignment won't stop challenges from arising, but it will change how you move through them. It won't make your day easier, but it will make you stronger. And that strength is built not in the heat of the moment, but in these quiet, deliberate beginnings. Your morning ritual may take just a few minutes, but what it builds stays with you for hours. It's a foundation you return to when things go sideways, when someone tests your patience, when your plan unravels, when doubt creeps in. Because you've already decided the kind of person you intend to be today. You're not figuring it out on the fly. You're not hoping to remember your principles when you're stressed. You've already grounded yourself in them. You can write these affirmations down if that helps you focus, or speak them softly, or simply reflect in silence. What matters most is sincerity. You're not reciting phrases to sound wise. You're programming your mind to act with intention. The point is not to feel inspired. The point is to act in alignment. Some mornings you'll feel tired. Some mornings you won't feel motivated. That doesn't matter. This practice isn't based on feeling. It's based on decision. You don't do it because you feel ready. You do it to become ready. You may also notice that the act of committing to this small window of clarity strengthens your self-trust. It's a promise to yourself, repeated daily. And the more often you keep that promise, the more consistent you become, not just in your habits but in your identity. You begin to trust your own word, and that trust becomes confidence. If you skip a day, start again the next. If you rush it, slow down tomorrow. There's no scorecard. The goal is not perfection. It's presence. The habit is not meant to become another pressure point, but a gift you give yourself. 5 minutes to remember who you are and what you stand for. 5 minutes to step into your day, not stumbling, but steady. The rest of the day will bring what it brings. People will act as they do. Plans will unfold or collapse. Emotions will rise and fall. But you will not be starting from zero. You'll be starting from intention. And that difference is everything. You may even find over time that these few minutes are the most powerful part of your entire day. Not because of what you do, but because of how they shape everything you do afterward. You'll begin to carry the tone set by those moments into your work, your decisions, your interactions. Your mind will return to those affirmations when tested. You'll hear the echoes of your morning when you're tempted to break your word, when you face a choice that asks more of you. And that's the point. Not to control the day, but to control how you meet it. That is what the Stoics meant by preparation. That is what real power feels like. Quiet, steady, intentional. You wake up, you remember your principles, and you move forward. Not hoping for ease, but ready for whatever comes. And no matter how chaotic the day becomes, you'll always have those first few minutes to return to, not as memory, but as anchor, as proof that before the world made its demands, you made your choice. You decided who you would be. Start there, every morning, without fail. It may be quiet, it may be short, but over time, it will shape everything, not just your day, your life. When you begin your day rooted in values instead of distractions, everything feels lighter. Not because life changes, but because your posture toward it does. You've set the tone. You've chosen your character before stepping into the world's unpredictable rhythms. But this internal alignment is only the beginning. To keep it sharp, to make sure it holds up when pressure comes, you must train it. Not just in words or intentions, but through physical proof. And the most direct way to do this is to consciously seek discomfort. This isn't about punishing yourself or making life harder than it needs to be. It's about practicing freedom, because comfort, if unchecked, becomes dependency, and dependency makes you fragile. The more you need things to go your way to feel okay, the easier it is for life to knock you off center. Voluntary discomfort breaks that cycle. It reminds you that peace doesn't come from ease, it comes from strength. Start small. Choose one comfort you usually depend on and remove it. This could mean skipping a luxury for a day, taking a cold shower, eating less, sleeping on a harder surface, going without music, not checking your phone for the first hour after waking up. These acts are not dramatic. They're deliberate. And what they give you is not suffering, but space. Space to see how much of your emotional state is tied to convenience. Most people never question how deeply tied they are to comfort. They don't realize how quickly irritation rises when they're slightly inconvenienced, when the Wi-Fi is slow, when their coffee isn't just right, when the air conditioner fails, when there's no entertainment in reach. These moments reveal a kind of quiet dependency, and voluntary discomfort gives you the chance to break it on your terms. By choosing discomfort before it's forced on you, you build resilience. You learn that cold water doesn't kill you, that hunger for a few hours won't destroy your focus, that silence is not a threat, that you can move through physical or emotional unease and still remain calm. That knowledge builds inner confidence, Because when life eventually brings real hardship, as it will, you've already practiced your response. And the benefits go beyond endurance. Voluntary discomfort creates gratitude. After a cold shower, warm air feels like luxury. After skipping a meal, simple food becomes rich. After a day without noise, even a soft sound becomes beautiful. When you interrupt comfort, you reawaken your senses. You stop sleepwalking through convenience. You begin to appreciate what you have without needing more of it. There's also something powerful about reclaiming your relationship with discomfort. Most people avoid it at all costs. They flinch away from it. They see it as the enemy. But once you choose it willingly, you see it differently. You stop fearing it. You learn that discomfort is not a problem to solve. It's a tool to shape you. And when that shift happens, you become far less reactive. Because you're not constantly trying to escape the moment. You're in it fully. You can apply this practice to your thoughts as well. Sit in boredom without reaching for stimulation. Stay silent when you want to defend your ego. Endure awkwardness instead of numbing it with small talk. These forms of discomfort aren't physical, but they're just as powerful. They show you how often your actions are driven not by intention, but by avoidance. This is where discipline grows, because every time you sit in discomfort without trying to fix it, you expand your capacity. You become someone who can hold more challenge, more silence, more uncertainty, and you do it without panic, without rushing for distraction, without needing everything to be just right. Voluntary discomfort also reconnects you to your limits and your strength. It reminds you that you can do hard things, even when you don't feel like it, that you're not as fragile as your mind sometimes believes, that you can choose action over comfort, and that choice doesn't weaken you, it defines you, and it doesn't take long to feel the effects. After just a few days of deliberate discomfort, you'll notice your perspective shift. You'll complain less. You'll compare less. You'll respond to stress with more calm, because you've trained for this, not by accident, but on purpose. This practice also increases your respect for others, because once you experience mild deprivation, you better understand what many endure every day, not by choice, but by circumstance. That awareness builds empathy. You stop judging so quickly. You become more generous, more grounded, more human. And when done consistently, this habit creates momentum. You start to seek challenge instead of running from it. You take the stairs without hesitation. You speak the truth, even when it feels risky. You choose the harder path when it's the right one, not to prove anything, but because that's who you're becoming. The Stoics knew this. Seneca would sleep on the floor and eat simple meals to remind himself that luxury was not necessary. He didn't do it to suffer. He did it to stay free. Free from the illusion that comfort equals happiness. Free from the lie that strength must be fed by softness. He trained not for show, but for life. And you can do the same. Not by making yourself miserable, but by choosing, each day, one small way to practice detachment. One way to remind yourself, I can do without this. I can stay centered even when things are imperfect. I can meet life without needing it to coddle me. Over time, this creates a deep sense of calm, because you realize your peace isn't held hostage by the world. It's built from the inside, and once you know that, no one can take it from you. Voluntary discomfort doesn't mean you reject joy. It means you stop tying joy to ease. It means you can enjoy what's pleasant without depending on it. It means you can let go of what you thought you needed and find strength in what remains. This practice also sharpens your decisions, because when you're not addicted to comfort, you choose based on values, not impulses. You can delay gratification. You can resist temptation. You can keep your word, even when it feels inconvenient. That kind of strength is rare, and it's respected, not just by others, but by yourself. The greatest benefit of this habit is self-mastery. Every time you choose discomfort over indulgence, you prove to yourself that you are in charge, that your habits don't own you, that your preferences don't define you, that your character is not shaped by ease, but by conscious choice. And it's not about how extreme the discomfort is. What matters is the intent, that you interrupt your patterns, that you break the assumption that comfort is required, that you remind your body and mind that they are tools, not rulers. Even a few minutes a day is enough. A cold shower, a skipped luxury, a moment of stillness when you want distraction. These aren't tests, they're training, and training compounds. It builds capacity, confidence, control. It creates a version of you that's harder to shake, slower to anger, faster to recover. Because when you've practiced going without, when you've learned to stand still in discomfort without fear, life stops scaring you so much. Change doesn't shake you. Loss doesn't destroy you. Inconvenience doesn't break you, because you know who you are without the extras, and that kind of clarity is priceless. So the next time you reach for something comfortable, pause. Ask yourself, what would happen if I went without this, just for today? And in that pause, you reclaim something essential, not your comfort, but your courage, not ease, but endurance, not habit, but intention. This is how Stoicism lives, not in philosophy books, but in cold water, in quiet hunger, in stillness, in choosing the harder way, not to suffer, but to become unshakable. When you start choosing discomfort, even in small doses, you quickly discover that most of what you thought you needed was just preference. You begin to see how much of your behavior has been driven by habit, not intention. That insight doesn't stop at food or comfort or routine. It reaches deeper into how you move through your day, how you respond to pressure, and especially how you speak. Because once you've learned to sit in silence when your body craves ease, you're ready to sit in silence when your ego craves attention. This is the next level of discipline, controlling your words with the same precision you use to control your actions. Speech is one of the most overlooked areas where people lose their power. They speak without pause, without clarity, without awareness. They talk to fill silence, to manage anxiety, to impress, to defend, to escape. But the Stoics taught that speech should be purposeful, not just honest, but meaningful, not just restrained, but rooted in reason. They believed that how you speak reflects how you think, and how you think reveals how you live. When you practice voluntary discomfort, your senses sharpen. The same happens with language. When you speak less, you hear more. You notice how often people speak to be heard, not to communicate. How often words are thrown into the air without care, like they cost nothing. But words do have a cost. They shape relationships. They influence emotions. They carry weight. And when they're used carelessly, they dilute your credibility. Your words should matter. And to make them matter, you must speak less. Begin the day with a simple filter. Say only what is true, what is necessary, and what is kind. Not all three in every sentence, but always at least one. If it's not true, say nothing. If it's not necessary, hold it back. If it's not kind, question the intent. This filter doesn't make you timid, it makes you sharp. You'll notice that once you stop trying to say everything, your words carry more weight. When you finally speak, people will listen more closely. Not because you speak loudly, but because you speak with thought. This also forces you to confront your own motives. Why do you want to say that comment? Is it to be helpful or to be right? Are you trying to connect or trying to control? Speaking less doesn't mean being silent all day. It means becoming a student of your own voice. Watching what drives it, slowing it down, letting your words catch up with your awareness. And this awareness changes your relationships. Because when you start choosing your words with care, your communication becomes cleaner. You stop gossiping. You stop exaggerating. You stop repeating stories that only feed your ego or inflate your importance. You become more honest, not just in truth, but in tone. You stop using words to manipulate and start using them to build. Conversations become clearer. Conflict becomes less about attack and more about understanding. This practice also makes you a better listener, because when you're not focused on what to say next, you can fully hear the other person. You notice their pauses, their shifts, their unspoken signals, and that makes you more responsive, more present, more human. People feel it when they're truly heard, and they trust you more when they know you don't speak just to speak. There's also a deep inner effect. When you discipline your speech, your mind becomes more still, because the urge to talk is often the mind trying to escape stillness. It's a way to run from silence, from discomfort, from the awkwardness of presence. But when you practice restraint, you teach yourself that silence isn't empty. It's full. It's where clarity grows. It's where your thoughts catch up with your heart. Stoics didn't just believe in speaking less. They believed in speaking better, with simplicity, with intention, with courage. Not every moment needs commentary. Not every opinion needs to be voiced. Sometimes the strongest thing you can say is nothing, not as avoidance, but as presence, as a form of self-respect, as a choice to value the moment over your need to fill it. And it's not just about the big conversations, it's in the small ones, the offhand remarks, the casual complaints, the filler words, the mindless commentary. Every time you speak without care, you train your brain to be reactive. Every time you speak with care, you train it to be precise. This kind of discipline is rare. Most people are flooded with noise from the moment they wake up. They respond with more noise. They speak before they think. They text before they reflect. But you don't have to follow that path. You can stop. You can pause. You can create space. And from that space, you can choose words that matter, that help, that lead. One of the best ways to develop this skill is to set boundaries around when and how you speak. For example, practice waiting 2 full seconds before responding to anything. That tiny delay changes everything. It gives your brain a moment to assess. Is this helpful? Is this necessary? Is this ego or truth? And you'd be surprised how often the answer is, say nothing. Just let it go. Another method is to end your day by reviewing your speech. Ask yourself, did I say anything I didn't mean? Did I speak too much when listening would have been better? Did I use words that created clarity or confusion? This reflection isn't about shame, it's about sharpening. Every day you can become more precise, more restrained, more grounded in how you use your voice. And this doesn't make you cold, it makes you powerful. Because power doesn't come from volume, it comes from impact. From speaking in a way that aligns with your values. From being known as someone who doesn't waste words, someone who says what matters and means what they say. This habit also teaches you emotional regulation, because the urge to speak is often tied to emotional impulse. When you're angry, you want to lash out. When you're insecure, you want to prove something. When you're nervous, you want to fill the gap. But if you can pause, breathe, and hold your tongue even for a moment, you reclaim your power. You stop giving your emotions the steering wheel, and over time, people around you will change how they respond to you. They'll respect your silence. They'll value your input. Not because you dominate the conversation, but because when you speak, they know it matters. That kind of presence can't be faked. It's built. This is also a deeply humbling practice, because it reveals how often we speak without thinking, how often we say things just to be heard, how much of our communication is about us, not about others. When you begin to see this, you don't feel guilt, you feel freedom, because now you have a choice. You can shape your words instead of being shaped by your impulses. And in those moments when you do speak, your words will land differently. They'll carry weight. They'll create movement. Because they weren't rushed. They weren't reactive. They were chosen. Not to control, but to connect. Not to impress, but to express truth with clarity. Think of this as an ongoing refinement. Not a rule to follow once, but a skill to deepen every day. Some days, you'll slip. You'll talk too much. You'll say something unnecessary. That's okay. Reflect. Adjust. Begin again. Each new conversation is another chance to practice. And remember, this is not about becoming silent or distant. It's about becoming aligned with your thoughts, with your intentions, with your presence. When your words reflect who you are and what you value, you don't need many, just enough. That's where the Stoic discipline of speech comes to life. Not in saying nothing, but in saying only what serves. And that is a skill that sharpens your mind, calms your relationships, and strengthens your character, one sentence at a time. Once you begin speaking less and choosing your words with care, you realize how much of life happens beneath the surface of conversation. You start noticing the spaces between words, the meaning in silence, the subtle details that usually go unnoticed when you're busy filling every pause. You also begin to feel the presence of others more deeply, not just their voices, but their existence. And with that awareness comes something else, the quiet understanding that this presence is temporary, that everyone around you is here, but not forever, and that truth, if approached wisely, can change how you love. Most people try to push this reality away. The idea that someone you care about could vanish from your life without warning is uncomfortable, so they don't think about it. They distract themselves. They pretend there's always more time. But the Stoics believed that refusing to face impermanence is what weakens your relationships, not what protects them. They practiced something called negative visualization, not to invite sadness, but to create presence, to see clearly what is already true, and in that clarity, learn how to value more deeply. Start by choosing one person close to you, a friend, a parent, a partner, a child. Now, take a quiet moment and bring to mind that their life, like yours, is fragile, that nothing guarantees you will see them tomorrow, that this conversation, this shared laugh, This simple moment might be one of the last. This thought is not cruelty. It is awareness. And it's not meant to depress you. It's meant to wake you up. Because when you realize someone won't always be here, you finally start treating their presence with the reverence it deserves. This doesn't mean you become anxious or walk around in grief. It means you stop wasting moments. You stop letting small arguments drag on. You stop holding back affection. You stop assuming they know how you feel. You stop postponing appreciation. You start acting like today counts, because it does. Whether it's the last or not doesn't matter. It's real, it's happening, and you are either present for it or you're not. Practicing this regularly transforms the way you connect. You listen more closely, you look more carefully, you notice the details, the way someone smiles, the words they choose, the habits they've built. You see them as they are, not as your expectations or frustrations make them out to be. This kind of attention is rare, but it is the essence of love, not in grand declarations, but in deep noticing. Negative visualization also strips away entitlement. You stop thinking that people owe you their time or energy. You stop expecting perfection. You see that this person in front of you is a gift. With flaws, yes. With limits, yes. But a gift nonetheless. And that awareness makes you softer, more patient, more generous. It also helps you release grudges. Because when you truly understand impermanence, you realize how much energy gets wasted on resentment, on pride, on proving you're right. You see how quickly a relationship can change or disappear. And holding on to anger in that light begins to feel foolish. Not because what happened didn't matter, but because forgiveness matters more. Connection matters more. Presence matters more. And this doesn't mean you tolerate disrespect or avoid boundaries. It means you approach conflict from clarity, not ego. You speak from the desire to heal, not to punish. You remember that this person is mortal, just like you, and that realization brings you back to what's important. It helps you prioritize love over control, humility over victory, peace over being right. Negative visualization also helps with gratitude. It teaches you that the ordinary is precious, that a simple meal with someone you care about can be sacred, that hearing their voice, seeing their name on your phone, watching them move through the world, these are not small things. They are life itself, and recognizing their impermanence doesn't take the joy away. It multiplies it. Most people wait for loss to appreciate what they had. They say things like, "I didn't realize how much they meant to me," or "I took them for granted." But Stoicism offers another path. Don't wait. Practice this while they are still here. Let the reality of their impermanence open your heart now, not just after they're gone. This also makes you more present in your relationships. You stop multitasking while someone is speaking. You stop half listening. You stop checking your phone during dinner. Because you know how fragile this time is. You know that presence is the only real gift you can give someone. Not your opinions, not your solutions, just your full attention. And that kind of presence changes people. It makes them feel seen, respected, loved. Not because you said the perfect thing, but because you were really there, fully, without distraction, without assumption, just there, listening, noticing, caring. Negative visualization also helps you become a better version of yourself within your relationships. Because when you reflect on the possibility of losing someone, you start to ask, if today was the last time I saw them, how would I want to be remembered? What would I regret not saying? What kind of energy would I want to leave behind? These questions cut through noise. They remind you that your legacy in someone's life is built in moments, in the way you speak to them when you're tired, in how you handled conflict, in whether you made them feel safe or judged. These moments may seem small, but they add up. They become memory. They become the story they carry of you. And this doesn't just apply to loved ones. You can practice this with anyone, co-workers, strangers, acquaintances. Every human you meet is temporary. Their life is as uncertain as yours. When you bring that truth into your interactions, you become kinder, more respectful, less reactive. You stop seeing people as obstacles or annoyances. You see them as souls moving through the same chaos you are. This mindset doesn't make you cold. It makes you cherish people more. It gives you the courage to say what matters, to say, "I love you," more often, to say, "Thank you," with depth, to say, "I'm sorry," without hesitation. Because you're not waiting for the perfect moment. You know the moment is now. It also helps you hold space when others are struggling. You stop rushing them. You stop needing them to change for your comfort. You sit with them, in their pain, in their silence, not to fix them, but to be with them. That kind of presence is healing. It says, "I see you. I don't know how long we have, but I'm here." And that, more than advice or solutions, is what people need most. You'll also find that this practice deepens your capacity for joy. Because when you embrace the temporary nature of life, every good moment becomes more vivid. A laugh with a friend, a hug from a parent, a quiet evening. These are not just moments. They are the very core of life. And when you stop taking them for granted, you start living fully. Not later, not someday, but now. This doesn't mean you dwell on death. It means you acknowledge its reality and let it sharpen your awareness. It means you choose to love with urgency, to show up with full presence, to live in a way that honors the fragility of life, not ignores it. You don't need hours to do this. A short moment of reflection is enough. A pause before a conversation, a breath as you walk into a room, a few quiet words to yourself before saying goodbye. These small rituals keep you grounded. They remind you that nothing is owed, that everything you love is borrowed, and that truth, once accepted, doesn't weaken you. It awakens you. This is how the Stoics turned impermanence into strength. They didn't fear it, they used it. To love better, to live deeper, to speak with truth, to act with care. And you can do the same, right now, by choosing to see clearly, by refusing to wait, by letting the reality of loss teach you how to show up for what's still here. Not someday, today. While there's still time. After confronting impermanence and allowing it to sharpen your presence with those you care about, something else begins to stir quietly in your mind. You feel more grateful, more grounded, but you also begin to sense the weight of how tightly you hold your personal world together. You realize how much space your daily worries take up. The pressure to meet deadlines, the uneasiness in a relationship, the small frustrations, the lingering stress, the stubborn opinions. All of it swirls around you, making your life feel larger than it really is. And yet, if you could just shift your view, not by escaping, but by rising above, you'd start to see with clarity what truly deserves your energy. This is where the practice of expanding perspective begins. The Stoics called it the view from above, a mental exercise to pull yourself out of the center of your own narrative and observe life as it actually is, vast, interconnected, constantly shifting, and deeply impersonal. It doesn't reduce your life to meaninglessness. It removes false importance. It untangles you from ego and places you in context. Start with a mental picture of your current moment, your body sitting, your room, your street. Then slowly zoom out in your mind. Pull away from the noise. Let yourself float above the building, then the neighborhood, then the city. From this height, the people are too small to distinguish. The traffic sounds disappear. The conversations fall silent. Now pull back further. Above the region, the country, the continent. Your story becomes a dot among dots, one among billions. Then rise above the earth, far enough to see the planet whole, just a glowing sphere spinning silently in a black ocean of stars. Stay here. Notice how small your latest conflict seems from this height. That awkward conversation, the comment that stung, the pressure to be understood. From here, you begin to see their actual size, not dismissed, but placed correctly. They no longer consume your whole focus. They shrink into parts of a greater picture. And as they do, your breath slows, your thinking softens. You begin to understand how little of your suffering comes from the situation itself, and how much comes from how close you've held it to your face. The view from above teaches you emotional distance, not detachment that dulls your care, but a calm that lets you respond without overreacting. You see how often you've built entire stories from moments that didn't deserve that much narrative. You feel how tightly you've gripped outcomes you can't actually control, and you begin to let go, not of responsibility, but of illusion. This practice is a tool to break the spell of self-importance. The belief that everything revolves around your experience, your expectations, your interpretations. That belief isolates you. It makes pain personal and multiplies pressure. But when you rise above, you reconnect with reality, not your version of it, but the broader view. And in that vastness, you see yourself not as less significant, but more integrated. You're not the center of the world, but you are part of something larger. And in that larger system, you notice patterns. You see how everyone is struggling with something, how every person has their own battles, their own fears, their own inner storms. You stop assuming people act out of malice. You stop taking everything so personally. You develop compassion, not because you excuse bad behavior, but because you understand its roots. You also start to see how much time you've spent defending your image, trying to look right, trying to win small arguments, trying to prove your value. But from above, none of that matters. Your reputation is a speck. Your achievements are passing weather. You realize that you don't need to protect your ego so fiercely, because it's not as fragile as you thought. You can let go of being right all the time. You can release the fear of being misunderstood. You can give yourself permission to be quiet, to be simple, to be real. The view from above also changes how you spend your time. You stop obsessing over minor tasks or perfect plans. You begin asking bigger questions. What matters in the long run? What kind of impact am I having? Who am I becoming? You stop chasing the next thing and start focusing on the lasting thing. Not urgency, but depth. Not appearance, but legacy. This kind of clarity does not require you to abandon your life. You still show up. You still do your work. You still care for your people, but now you do it with less drama, less inner noise, less need for control. You stop reacting like every difficulty is a crisis. You start handling problems with presence. You recognize they are pieces of a much wider scene, and you, while not in charge of the whole, are fully responsible for your part. This zoomed-out awareness also helps with grief and regret. Because when something painful happens, your mind wants to fixate, replay, control. It pulls your view tightly around the loss. But from above, you see how life continues, how others are also moving forward, how seasons change, how tides shift, how pain rises and fades. You don't escape sorrow, but you stop drowning in it. You let it be part of the picture, not the whole picture. Even your goals change under this lens. You stop chasing applause. You seek meaning. You stop needing to be the best. You aim to be consistent. You stop counting how many people are watching. You focus on how much integrity you carry in your actions. You stop measuring time only in achievements. You start measuring it in presence. And when you come back down to your normal perspective, you carry some of that vastness with you. You still sit in the same room. You still handle the same tasks. But something has shifted. You hold things more loosely. You move through discomfort with steadiness. You treat people with more patience. You don't rush to win moments. You rise to meet them. This is the hidden strength of the view from above. It's not escapism. It's not ignoring reality. It's stepping outside of your limited narrative so you can return to life with wider eyes and a quieter mind. It's training your heart to stay open even when things feel overwhelming. It's remembering that your story matters, but so does everyone else's. And no single experience defines you unless you let it. The more you practice this, the more natural it becomes. You'll catch yourself shrinking into your problems, and you'll know how to expand again. You'll remember that this city, this job, this tension, none of it is permanent. None of it is as heavy as your ego makes it. You'll lift your gaze and say, "This is small. Let me act from a larger place." And that shift, that's where wisdom lives. Not in pretending life doesn't matter, but in learning to see clearly what does and having the courage to act from that clarity. From above, everything shrinks. But what remains? Character, compassion, clarity that becomes your guide. Not because it makes life easier, but because it makes you ready for life as it is. After stepping outside your personal viewpoint and witnessing life from a higher, wider lens, the distractions that once pulled so strongly begin to look smaller, weaker. You start seeing how easily attention drifts, how silently time leaks away, how comfort in the form of constant stimulation becomes a trap dressed as rest. What once seemed harmless, another scroll, another video, another click, now reveals itself as a quiet thief, not of hours, but of presence, not of energy, but of self. And it becomes clear that if you want to live with purpose, the first thing you must protect is your attention. The way you use your attention each day shapes who you are becoming, not in grand gestures, but in small, repeated choices. And one of the most overlooked habits that silently shapes your identity is how you consume. The information you absorb, the entertainment you choose, the digital noise you invite, all of it enters your mind and leaves a mark. Passive consumption is not neutral. Every time you absorb something without intention, you're either building discipline or surrendering it. You're either feeding clarity or clouding it. Start paying close attention to the very first thing you do when your mind feels restless. The moment there's even a small gap, waiting in line, riding the elevator, sitting alone, you'll often notice the automatic urge to reach. Reach for your phone, open an app, fill the space. It's not because the content is valuable, it's because the mind has been trained to avoid silence. This habit doesn't seem dangerous, but what it really does is strip your ability to sit with thought. It turns quiet moments into consumption moments, and slowly your ability to reflect fades. Your capacity for stillness weakens. The Stoics knew this wasn't about technology, it was about attention. What you feed grows. If you feed your brain with gossip, anger, fear, or distraction, it will begin to expect those things. If you feed it with truth, beauty, challenge, and principle, it will begin to crave depth. The point is not to shame yourself for seeking entertainment. The point is to stop doing it mindlessly. Every time you reach for content, pause. Ask, is this building the person I want to be? Not just how it makes you feel in the moment, but what kind of mind it's shaping. Are you consuming this because it enriches you, or because it numbs you? Are you choosing this out of curiosity or out of habit? That pause is powerful. It interrupts the automatic cycle and replaces it with intention. That's all it takes to start regaining control. This doesn't mean you cut out all leisure or avoid light content. It means you take responsibility for what you allow into your inner world. Think of your mind as a home. Not everyone gets in. Not every message, every image, every sound belongs. You get to choose who enters. And once you begin filtering content with care, you notice the change almost immediately. You start feeling more focused, more calm, less scattered. Because you're not being flooded, you're choosing what flows in. Overconsumption of media also weakens your ability to stay focused on your own values. When you constantly absorb what others think, say, and post, you begin to lose track of your own voice. You compare without noticing. You absorb standards you never agreed to. You feel pressure to match lives that don't reflect your reality. And all of this builds stress, not because your life is wrong, but because your attention has been shaped by illusions. Limiting passive input restores your sense of identity. You begin to hear your thoughts again. You start to act with intention, not reaction. You reclaim time not just in minutes, but in quality. Because it's not about how long you're online, it's about how deeply those moments are shaping your mind. 5 minutes of distraction that leads to comparison or shame can affect your energy for hours. On the other hand, 5 minutes of meaningful reading, reflection, or silence can recalibrate your entire mindset. One way to apply this is to create boundaries around when and where you consume. Decide in advance what your inputs will be. What kind of media will you allow? What voices will you listen to? What content feeds your goals, not just your emotions? This isn't censorship. This is discipline. You don't have to say yes to every digital voice asking for your attention. Some deserve it. Most don't. Another step is to replace consumption with creation. Instead of reacting to what others have made, ask what you can make. Not to impress anyone, but to train your mind to engage with the world instead of just absorbing it. Write something. Reflect. Build. Express. This develops clarity, creativity, and confidence. Because the more you create, the less you feel like a bystander in your own life. There's also value in simply being bored, not in suffering, but in letting your mind rest, in letting it wander, in allowing space for new connections to form. Constant consumption destroys this. It fills every corner. It leaves no room for surprise or insight. But when you allow moments of pause, without music, without video, without scrolling, you begin to notice things. Ideas rise, questions appear, you start hearing the quiet voice of thought again. Passive consumption also affects your relationships, because the more you feed your mind with reactive, overstimulating content, the harder it becomes to be present with real people. Real conversations don't move as fast. They require patience, attention, listening. If you've trained your brain to expect constant novelty, human connection starts to feel slow, and that's dangerous, because it makes you restless with the very people who matter most. The Stoic way is not to reject pleasure, but to elevate presence. It's about knowing what you're doing and why. If you choose to watch a film or read a novel, do it fully. Let it teach you something. Let it move you. But if you find yourself hopping from one piece of content to another, unable to stop, ask what you're avoiding. Ask what you're afraid of sitting with. Often it's your own thoughts, your own silence, your own unmet needs. That's where the real work begins. When you interrupt passive consumption, you open a door back to yourself. You get to examine your inner life. You get to notice what needs attention. You stop numbing. You start engaging. You also free up time, not just for productivity, but for reflection. The time you once used on meaningless input becomes available for real practice, for journaling, for walking, for learning something challenging, for doing the hard, quiet things that don't give you a dopamine rush, but give you something far better: depth. And depth is what Stoicism calls you toward. Depth in character, depth in presence, depth in awareness. Not because it's impressive, but because it makes you unshakable. When your life is built on scattered consumption, your thoughts become foggy, your values blur, your resilience fades. But when your life is built on clarity, intention, and choice, you begin to move differently. You're less reactive, more thoughtful. You don't chase stimulation. You don't fear silence. You don't need constant input. You choose what enters your mind with the same care you'd give to your home, your food, your time. And in doing so, you train yourself to be free. Not free from technology, but free from addiction to it. Not free from content, but free from needing it constantly. Not free from boredom, but free to use boredom for growth. This is how you return to sovereignty over your own mind. One pause at a time, one question at a time, one decision at a time. And the results: more time, more peace, more clarity, more truth. Not someday, but right now. Starting with your next scroll, your next click, your next moment of restlessness. Pause, ask, choose. That is how the Stoic reclaims the mind from distraction. That is how you begin to build a life worth paying attention to. After you begin to interrupt the cycle of passive consumption, something subtle but profound starts to surface. Your mind feels less hijacked. Your attention sharpens. Your moments stretch wider. You no longer reach so quickly for distraction, and in that space, you begin to hear yourself again. But what you hear isn't always comforting. Beneath the layers of noise you've turned down, another habit quietly reveals itself. The craving to be seen, to be praised, to be known for what you've done. Even in stillness, a question lingers. Will anyone notice this effort? And this is where your next challenge begins. Because once you start living with clarity, choosing your inputs with intention, you're faced with a deeper temptation, the desire to be validated for it, to be admired for discipline, to be appreciated for kindness, to be recognized for sacrifice. But the Stoics warned against this pull. They knew how easily a noble act becomes shallow when it's performed for applause, how quickly character turns into theater when it waits for an audience. The call now is to do good, not loudly, not performatively, not as strategy, but privately, without announcement and without reward. One act, without your name attached, without credit, and let it stay that way. This practice, small as it seems, is one of the purest tests of character. It exposes the parts of you still tangled in the approval of others. It brings face to face your hunger to be liked, thanked, acknowledged. And when you resist that hunger, you begin to discover a different kind of strength, one that comes from within. Start simple. Choose something that serves another person. Hold a door. Send a message of encouragement without signing your name. Leave something better than you found it. Give anonymously. Clean up someone else's mess. Do it with intention and then walk away. No hint, no story, no desire for recognition. What matters here isn't the scale of the deed, it's the silence afterward. It's your ability to let the good stand on its own without needing to be tied to your identity. In this pause, your ego will resist. It will ask, what's the point if no one sees it? But that question is exactly the point, because when your actions depend on being seen, they're not fully yours. They're contracts, not gifts. Performance, not virtue. By practicing anonymous action, you train yourself to live from principle, not performance. You build a habit of doing what's right because it's right, not because it builds your image. And that shift is powerful. It removes the emotional burden of needing a reaction. You stop depending on praise to feel steady. You stop adjusting your values based on what wins applause. This practice also redefines integrity. It's easy to believe we are good people because we do good things. But until those actions are separated from recognition, they remain incomplete. Real integrity means choosing the right thing even when there is no incentive, no reward, no one watching. When you act rightly and quietly, you know you've done it for no other reason than truth. That kind of peace can't be bought. It's built. And the more you do this, the more you free yourself from the need to be seen. That freedom is rare. In a culture where everything is shared, recorded, and measured, resisting the urge to showcase becomes a revolutionary act. You stop narrating your goodness. You stop needing a witness. You stop trading effort for attention. This doesn't mean you hide your light or pretend to be invisible. It means you stop tying your identity to reaction. You stop shaping your actions based on who's watching. You start trusting that right action, done in silence, builds a kind of invisible strength that no applause can match. You'll also begin to notice how much noise in your life is tied to this craving. Social media habits, oversharing, over-explaining, small boasts disguised as updates, jokes made to get approval. These are all expressions of the same desire, to be validated externally. But once you start practicing anonymous goodness, you gain clarity on how often you act just to be admired, and you begin slowly to let that go. This doesn't mean you reject connection or isolate yourself. It means you reconnect with the only source of approval that lasts, your own conscience. You begin to act for alignment, not applause. You measure success by effort, not by attention. You give because giving is who you are, not because it builds your image. Over time, this builds trust with yourself. You no longer need reminders or praise to keep going. You don't lose momentum when no one's looking. You know your reasons. You act from them. And that internal trust becomes confidence, not the kind that demands recognition, but the kind that makes recognition unnecessary. You'll also find that your relationships improve, because when you stop performing for others, you start showing up more honestly. You stop seeking approval through subtle manipulation. You stop trying to impress. You bring presence, not performance, and others feel it. They trust it, because it's rare. Most people are used to being managed or entertained, not simply respected. This habit also protects your focus. When you're not constantly wondering how others will interpret your choices, you waste less mental energy. You don't overthink your words. You don't rehearse conversations in your head. You speak with clarity because you're not editing yourself to be liked. You act decisively because you're not paralyzed by how it might look. That kind of clarity is efficient. It creates more time, more space, more peace. The more you do this, the more your identity shifts. You stop being someone who does good to be praised. You become someone who does good because it's your standard. That shift turns effort into ritual, service into second nature, kindness into instinct. It also deepens your spiritual strength, because when you act without expecting reward, you connect with something deeper than ego. You begin to feel the quiet force of conscience guiding you, not loudly, not for show, but steadily, like a compass that always knows where north is. You follow it, not because it pays off, but because it's right. This is where meaning lives, not in being celebrated, but in knowing that your actions reflect your highest self, that your choices align with your deepest values, that you can look at your life, even in silence, and know you didn't wait to be thanked before acting with honor. And this doesn't have to be dramatic. Small acts, done quietly and consistently, build a life of integrity, picking up after someone else, helping a stranger without making it about you, supporting a friend in crisis without retelling the story, giving without naming yourself. These things seem small, but they shape your soul. You'll also notice that this practice dissolves comparison, because once you stop seeking external validation, you stop caring how your good stacks up next to others. You're no longer running the race of appearance. You're walking your own path of substance. That shift brings peace. You stop measuring, you start building, and slowly you begin to feel the difference between living for recognition and living from principle. One makes you hungry, the other makes you whole. So start with one act, one good deed done in silence. No credit, no announcement, just value delivered quietly. And feel what rises in its place. Not praise, but presence. Not fame, but freedom. Not attention, but alignment. This is how you break free from the need to be seen. This is how you reclaim your power. Not in proving anything, but in knowing deeply that who you are when no one is watching is exactly who you're proud to be. Letting go of the need to be seen clears space for something much deeper, real integrity. When your actions no longer serve your image but your values, your life becomes simpler, stronger, and more stable. But integrity isn't tested only in private choices. It's most visible when things go wrong. When you've made a mistake, when you've hurt someone. When the situation calls for honesty, not to preserve your ego, but to restore what was damaged. This is where philosophy stops being theory and becomes character. And one of the highest expressions of that character is the ability to apologize, not for show, but from truth. Apologies are often misunderstood. People think saying sorry is a sign of defeat. that it exposes weakness, that it gives power away. But in Stoic thinking, a real apology is the opposite. It is strength in its cleanest form because it requires self-responsibility, clarity, and courage. To offer an apology without needing to be forgiven, without trying to manipulate the response, without deflecting blame, is to act from justice. And justice, according to the Stoics, is one of the 4 cardinal virtues. When you've done harm, however small, the first question is not how to fix the situation. It's how to stand in it. Not to defend or explain away your actions, but to own them fully. This means acknowledging the truth without adding layers of justification. A Stoic apology does not try to reshape the past or soften the mistake. It names it clearly, accepts it calmly, and expresses remorse with precision, not performance. To do this well, start by separating your feelings from your responsibility. Guilt might arise, but you don't act from guilt. You act from clarity, from the awareness that something you did caused pain or confusion, and that, whether it was intentional or not, it's yours to recognize. This removes the fog of emotion and allows you to face what happened as it is. Then come the words. A Stoic apology is brief and direct. It doesn't spiral into self-punishment or dramatics. It doesn't center you, it centers the truth. You state what occurred, how it affected the other person, and what you take responsibility for, not vaguely, but specifically. Not with qualifiers, but with honesty. You don't add conditions. You don't say, "I'm sorry you feel that way." You don't shift blame. You say, "I did this. I see that it caused this, and I take ownership of it." You also don't demand anything in return. Not forgiveness, not understanding, not closure. You give the apology freely. What happens next is out of your control. And that's where the real test lies. Can you apologize without controlling the outcome? Can you own the harm without being reassured? Can you stand in the discomfort of another person's hurt without rushing to make yourself feel better? That discomfort is not a punishment. It's a sign you're learning, that you're growing into a person who doesn't hide behind pride, but leads with accountability. Stoicism teaches that we are responsible for our choices, not for how others respond. Once you've apologized sincerely, your task is complete. You don't push. You don't explain again. You don't repeat the apology to ease your own guilt. You give space. You allow the other person to process in their time, not yours. This isn't easy, especially when you feel misunderstood or when the harm wasn't intentional. But the Stoic mindset reminds you, justice is not about intention, it's about impact. You might not have meant to harm, but if harm was done and you played a role, you own your part. And this doesn't diminish you. It defines you. It shows others that you value the relationship more than your ego, that your sense of self is strong enough to face imperfection, that your integrity is real, not conditional. It also models something powerful. Most people don't know how to apologize well. They deflect, defend, or delay. But when you offer a clear, calm, honest apology, you teach others by example. You create a culture of maturity. You raise the emotional standard of your relationships. This practice also strengthens your inner peace, because once you've taken full responsibility, you no longer carry the burden of hiding. You no longer burn energy defending yourself or rewriting the story. You can look in the mirror without distortion. You can move forward without lingering tension. That freedom isn't given by others. It's earned through integrity. And if the other person isn't ready to forgive, that's okay. Forgiveness is not the goal of the apology. Alignment is. When your actions and your values match, you've already succeeded. If reconciliation happens, it's a gift. If not, you still remain steady. Apologizing this way also forces you to reflect, to learn, to identify patterns. A Stoic doesn't just say, "I'm sorry," and move on. They examine what happened, how their choices led there, and what must change to avoid repetition. This transforms mistakes into fuel for growth. You stop fearing them. You start using them. And this leads to stronger decision-making in the future. Because once you've faced the consequences of unexamined action, you become more thoughtful. You pause before speaking. You consider the ripple effect. You don't walk on eggshells, you act with awareness. That awareness creates fewer moments that require apology, not because you become perfect, but because you become more intentional. This mindset also improves your communication. When you stop defending every mistake, conversations open up. Trust builds. People feel safer with you. They know that if something goes wrong, you won't disappear or lie or minimize. You'll show up, take responsibility, and respond with care. Even in professional environments, this practice holds power. Leaders who apologize with clarity, not performance, gain deeper respect. Teams function better when accountability is modeled from the top. Relationships of any kind flourish when blame is replaced with responsibility. And for yourself, it becomes a kind of internal compass. When you apologize this way, you align your actions with your higher standards. You stop chasing perfection and start building reliability. You stop avoiding feedback and start embracing it. You stop fearing judgment and start respecting truth. You also become more forgiving of others and of yourself. Because once you've apologized without ego, you understand how hard it is. And that makes you gentler when others try. You stop demanding perfect apologies. You start recognizing effort, even if the words are messy. And when you make new mistakes, you don't spiral. You correct. You grow. All of this slowly transforms your relationships. They become more honest, less reactive, more open, less defensive. You create space for truth without fear. You create trust without control. It all starts with one choice: to say without drama or delay, "I was wrong. I take responsibility. I care enough to say it." Not to manipulate, not to impress, but because it's right. And in doing so, you step into a level of maturity that most avoid their entire lives. You show that real strength is not in being flawless, but in being honest, in repairing what you can, in living with the kind of integrity that doesn't need applause, just action. This is where Stoicism becomes relationship, where philosophy becomes trust, where values become shared ground. And it begins with one clear sentence, spoken from truth: "I take ownership." Everything after that is a reflection of who you truly are. After choosing to take full ownership through a sincere apology, something inside you changes. You no longer carry the weight of denial or pride. You begin to see that integrity isn't just about making the right decisions, but about correcting the wrong ones with clarity and calm. That kind of strength doesn't just show up in words, it lives in your reactions. It shows up in the moments between impulse and choice. In that space, where emotion rises and urges you to speak, defend, attack, or retreat, is where the real work begins. That is the next arena of Stoic transformation. Life doesn't warn you before it tests your discipline. It comes without notice, a message you didn't expect, a tone that stings, a look that offends, a situation that pressures. You feel something surge inside you: anger, fear, shame, jealousy, panic. These are not the problem. They are signals. But what follows next, what you do with them, is what defines your character. The Stoics taught that between stimulus and action, there must be a pause. This is where mastery lives. To feel without being driven. To notice without being owned. And the simplest tool to create that space is this: 5 conscious breaths. Not to suppress your emotion, but to observe it fully before it takes control. This habit may sound small, but it is life-changing. The first breath catches the rush of reaction. The second begins to soften your body. The third gives you a step back from the situation. The fourth recenters your mind. The fifth lets you choose your response instead of falling into your reflex. These 5 breaths are your shield, your anchor, your doorway back to reason. You can begin practicing this right now. The next time something triggers you, stop. Don't speak. Don't act. Just breathe. Inhale slowly. Exhale fully. Do this 5 times, and as you do, ask yourself what's really happening. What are you feeling? What do you want to say? What part of that is truth? And what part is just your ego demanding attention or protection? That pause won't erase the emotion, but it gives you time to see it clearly. Anger might still be there, but now it's recognized. Fear may still linger, but it's named. And once named, these feelings lose their grip. They become visitors, not masters. When you train yourself to respond instead of react, you begin to shift how you live. You no longer speak words you regret. You no longer fuel arguments with your defensiveness. You stop making decisions in the heat of emotion that lead to long-term consequences. You become harder to provoke, not because you don't feel, but because you feel without being overpowered. This practice builds a stronger mind. It rewires your reactions. It teaches your body that not every feeling requires a performance. That stillness is not weakness. That silence is not defeat. That holding your ground calmly is more powerful than any outburst. Over time, this becomes a form of self-respect. You begin to trust yourself. You know that you don't need to rush to defend your worth, that not every offense deserves your energy, that your peace is more important than proving your point. You become someone who listens without interrupting, who waits without exploding, who thinks before deciding. This steadiness is rare, and people feel it. You'll also notice that most emotional reactions are about something deeper than the current moment. The reason a comment bothers you might be because it touched an old wound. The reason you want to shout might be because you felt unseen earlier. But without the pause, you never get a chance to see the root. You only see the trigger. And so you react, not to the person in front of you, but to a ghost from your past. The pause lets you break that cycle. This doesn't mean you never express yourself. It means you express with awareness, with control, with purpose. You speak after the emotion has settled, not while it's storming. This gives your words more weight, more clarity, more kindness. Because you're not speaking to punish, you're speaking to be understood. And sometimes, after the pause, you'll decide to say nothing, to let it pass, to release it without action. Not because you're afraid, but because it's not worth the cost. That's strength, the ability to let things go without needing to win, without needing to prove, without needing to react to every offense like it defines you. This discipline also helps you with decisions. Because decisions made in anger, fear, or urgency often come from survival, not from wisdom. The pause brings you back to reason. It lets you check your values. What would courage do? What would temperance choose? What would justice require? What does wisdom advise? These questions become clearer when your mind is no longer hijacked by emotion. And this practice is especially useful in moments of temptation. When you want to say something sharp, indulge a craving, chase distraction, or escape discomfort, pause. 5 breaths. That delay is often enough to return to awareness, to remember your long-term goal, to see the craving for what it is, a passing urge, not a command. It also softens your judgment of others, because when you've practiced holding your own emotions with care, you begin to see others differently. You recognize their reactivity as pain. You stop escalating conflicts. You stop meeting fire with fire. You create a space that de-escalates instead of inflames. That presence can heal more than any argument ever could. You also become a better listener, because when you're not preparing your reaction, you can hear fully. You stop interrupting with assumptions. You stop inserting your own narrative. You listen with the intention to understand, not to control. And that kind of listening is rare. It makes others feel safe, heard, respected. This practice is not about suppression. It's about refinement. You're not pushing emotions down. You're holding them long enough to understand them. You're respecting them enough to choose your response carefully. That care becomes your strength. And in time, the gap between trigger and response becomes wider. You start seeing your patterns before they act out. You hear the anger before it becomes a tone. You feel the jealousy before it shapes your decisions. You notice the fear before it becomes avoidance. That noticing gives you options. That awareness becomes your freedom. You'll also find that this habit gives you more energy, because reactivity is exhausting. It drains your nervous system. It leads to regret, to overthinking, to guilt. But when you respond with calm, you don't have to clean up as much afterward. Your conversations stay clearer. Your relationships stay stronger. Your inner world stays quieter. And in that quiet, something else grows. Confidence. Not the kind that boasts, but the kind that knows. You know you can face intensity without breaking. You know you can hold discomfort without collapsing. You know you can walk through fire without becoming fire. That is what Stoicism trains you for. Not to be cold, but to be capable. Not to feel less, but to act better. And it starts with a breath, then another, then 3 more, and from that pause you choose, not what is easy, but what is right. And that choice, repeated again and again, becomes who you are. Not just someone who feels, but someone who responds, with reason, with courage, with discipline. That is where transformation lives, not in theory, not in books, but in the breath before the words, in the silence before the decision, in that pause where you return to yourself and lead from there. After practicing the discipline of pausing before you respond, you begin to notice something else taking shape beneath the surface. A new awareness rises. You don't just feel more in control, you start to feel more responsible. Not just for what you say or do, but for the choices you make at a deeper level. No longer driven by the quick pull of emotion or the push of urgency, you begin to ask more of yourself. Not just how should I act, but why? And that is where the next level of Stoic practice begins, where decisions are no longer just reactions, but conscious alignments with your highest values. In a world filled with complexity, noise, and constant pressure to act fast, it's easy to make decisions based on convenience, fear, reward, or approval. Most people don't realize they're doing it. The mind is trained to seek shortcuts. The emotions push toward relief. The environment rewards speed. But if you've been cultivating presence, if you've learned to pause and observe, you'll recognize the emptiness that follows decisions made without grounding. And you'll start to ask, what would it look like to choose not what's easiest, but what's most virtuous? The Stoics offered a map for this, not through strict rules, but through principles. At the heart of their philosophy are the four cardinal virtues: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These are not just traits, they are tools, filters, anchors. Each one allows you to examine your choices not from emotion, but from purpose. When you apply them as a matrix, you move away from confusion and into clarity. Begin with wisdom. This is the ability to see clearly, without distortion, without assumption, without ego. When facing a dilemma, wisdom asks, what is true here? What is real? What long-term consequences should I consider? It requires honesty, not hope, a clear view of the facts, an awareness of your own biases. It forces you to pause and study, not rush and react. Wisdom doesn't guarantee the outcome, it guides the process. Then turn to courage, the virtue that moves you forward when fear tempts you to hold back. In any real decision, there is risk, the risk of loss, the risk of being wrong, the risk of being judged. Courage doesn't mean you feel no fear, it means you do what's right in spite of it. Ask, am I avoiding this path because it's wrong, or just because it's hard? The easy way often costs more later. Courage reminds you that comfort isn't the measure. Integrity is. Next is justice, the virtue that demands fairness, honesty, and service beyond the self. It reminds you that your decisions don't exist in isolation. Every choice echoes. It affects someone, somewhere. Justice asks, is this action aligned with what is right, not just for me, but for those it touches? This removes selfishness from the equation. It invites empathy. It challenges your assumptions about what you deserve and replaces them with questions about what is owed to others, to the moment, to the principle at stake. Finally, temperance, the virtue of balance, of discipline, of enough. In a world that constantly pushes for more speed, more power, more control, temperance slows you down. It says, is this too much? Is this excess? Is this feeding ego or truth? Temperance keeps your other virtues in check. It makes sure that your courage isn't recklessness, that your pursuit of justice isn't self-righteousness, that your wisdom isn't arrogance. It creates harmony within your character. Together, these four form the core of the Stoic decision matrix. Anytime you're unsure, you lay your options before them. One by one, you ask the questions. Does this align with wisdom? Does it require courage? Is it just? Is it temperate? If the answer fails one or more of these, you pause, you reflect, you rework. Not because you need perfection, but because you seek alignment. This method is not about slow living, it's about deep living. You don't waste time debating every tiny choice, but for the choices that shape your direction, define your values, or affect others, this clarity matters. It prevents regret. It protects peace. It allows you to move forward, even into discomfort, with confidence that you've chosen not what is popular, but what is true. you'll begin to see how many choices in daily life benefit from this matrix. From how you handle a conflict, to what projects you accept, to how you use your time. Do you agree to something just to please, or because it's just? Do you stay silent to avoid risk, or because you've thought deeply and found wisdom in it? Do you pursue something simply because it feels good, or because it reflects your deeper purpose? You can write the matrix out, you can speak it aloud, or you can carry it as a quiet internal checklist. Over time, it becomes instinct. You'll feel when a choice lacks wisdom, when it's driven by fear, not courage, when it compromises fairness, when it crosses into excess. That awareness gives you something rare in this world, clarity without hesitation. It also removes the burden of seeking approval, because you're no longer choosing based on what others want. You're choosing based on who you want to be. You stop asking, will this make them happy? And start asking, is this right? That shift brings peace, because even when others don't agree, you know your decision was grounded, not impulsive, not defensive, but thoughtful, deliberate, and aligned. And this doesn't mean every decision becomes easy. Often, the virtuous path is the more difficult one. It may cost you something, comfort, recognition, resources. But it gives something greater, coherence. That sense that your choices reflect your values, that your life is being lived, not just managed. This practice also changes how you handle pressure. When deadlines loom, when others are demanding, when emotion runs high, virtue gives you ground. You stop reacting to the heat. You return to the matrix. What does wisdom require right now? What would courage look like in this conversation? What does justice demand of me in this decision? What would temperance remove from this equation? These aren't abstract questions. They're anchors. And the more you use this structure, the less you second-guess yourself later. You don't ruminate. You don't spiral. You know how and why you chose. That knowledge allows you to live forward, not backward. You face consequences with strength, not confusion. You walk away from regret, not because the result was perfect, but because your effort was pure. In time, you'll also teach this through action. People around you will start to feel the steadiness in your choices. They'll see that you don't chase trends, avoid conflict, or cut corners. They'll notice that you choose what's right, even when it's inconvenient. And that quiet consistency speaks louder than any advice ever could. This doesn't mean you become rigid. The matrix isn't a cage, it's a compass. You adapt, you grow, you change plans when wisdom reveals new facts. But you don't compromise your foundation. You don't let momentary emotion override lifelong principles. That's what makes your direction strong. And when faced with two options that both seem right, the matrix helps you look deeper. Which one reflects more wisdom? Which one demands greater courage? Which one benefits more than just yourself? Which one asks you to balance desire with discipline? Sometimes you'll have to sit with the question. Let it breathe. That pause is not weakness. It's respect. For yourself, for the decision, for the values you hold. Eventually, you'll begin to see how every choice, no matter how small, is a vote for the kind of person you're becoming. And when you consistently choose based on virtue, you don't just build a better life. You build a stronger identity, one that doesn't shift with the tides, one that stands in silence, in action, in uncertainty, with the same quiet integrity. That's the power of this matrix, not in controlling the world, but in mastering your part in it, not in always knowing the answer, but in always knowing where to look. And in the end, It gives you what all Stoic practice aims for. Not a life free from difficulty, but a life shaped by principle. One clear decision at a time. After learning to use virtue as the foundation of every decision, something within you becomes more steady. You're no longer tossed around by quick wins or surface rewards. You've begun filtering your choices not through emotion or pressure, but through what aligns with the kind of person you want to be. But now, a deeper challenge appears, not in the form of decisions, but in reactions. Not in what you do, but in what you don't do. Because it's easy to act with virtue when the situation is clear. But when someone offends you, when your pride is touched, when something feels unfair but small, what you resist becomes the true test of your inner strength. There's a particular type of discomfort that arises when you're misunderstood, when a slight comment stings, when someone fails to acknowledge you or treats you with disregard. The ego reacts first. It wants to correct. It wants to assert. It wants to restore the image. It whispers that your silence is weakness and that if you let this go, you're being taken advantage of. But this is precisely the moment where philosophy proves itself useful. Because not every fire is worth feeding, and not every injustice requires your response. There is enormous strength in letting a small offense pass without resistance, not because it didn't matter, but because it didn't deserve your energy. This practice is not about letting others walk over you. It's about deciding which battles are actually worth your involvement. Most aren't. And when you learn to endure a small injustice in silence, you begin to study the ego's need for recognition and just how much of your indignation is built on that craving. Stoicism teaches that we don't control what others say or think. We only control how we interpret it and how we respond. When you feel disrespected, the first thing to notice is what story your mind creates. Does it immediately jump to judgment? Does it demand an explanation? Does it inflate the moment to something bigger than it is? That is not truth. It's narrative. And if you believe every narrative your ego produces, you'll spend your life reacting to things that don't actually threaten you. Instead, pause. Observe. Let the offense rise and fall like a wave. Say nothing. Do nothing. Just notice what it activates. Often, what hurts isn't the action. It's what it triggers in your self-image. And this is the lesson. It's not about the other person. It's about how easily your peace is disrupted when your identity feels challenged. Once you see that clearly, you gain space. And in that space, you realize you don't need to correct or defend. You can let it pass. And when you do, something remarkable happens. Your peace stays intact. This practice also teaches you emotional endurance. To feel discomfort and not immediately try to fix it. To experience tension without needing to relieve it through reaction. This is the same discipline you used when pausing before speaking or choosing virtue over ease. Now you apply it in the most personal of moments, when your pride is touched. Sometimes the most powerful response is no response at all, because silence is not weakness when it comes from self-command. It shows that your identity is not fragile, that your worth doesn't depend on constant validation, that your presence speaks louder than your defenses. This kind of restraint is rare because it's hard. We live in a culture that encourages instant responses, that sees silence as defeat, that rewards outrage and fast reactions, but none of that builds long-term strength. What builds strength is the ability to sit calmly while others test you. To know you could speak, but choose not to. To see clearly that just because someone behaves poorly doesn't mean you need to match their energy. You'll also notice that many of these small offenses disappear on their own. The person who interrupted you doesn't even remember it. The person who dismissed you is caught in their own stress. The look, the word, the absence. It had nothing to do with you. And even when it did, your response still belongs to you. You don't owe your peace to anyone's behavior. This doesn't mean you become passive. It means you become wise. You choose when to act based on principle, not pride. You confront what needs to be addressed, but not everything needs to be addressed. Some things need to be outgrown, and this practice teaches you what those things are. You'll also begin to see how quickly your energy is drained by defending yourself over things that don't matter. You'll notice how many hours are lost to internal debates, imaginary conversations, justifying your worth. And once you let go of the need to always respond, you reclaim that time, that attention, that clarity. This practice becomes even more important in close relationships, with family, with partners, with co-workers. These are the people most likely to touch your sensitive spots, because they know you, they mirror you, and often the slights feel heavier. But even here, the principle applies. Not every word needs to be corrected. Not every tone needs a counterpoint. Sometimes, choosing to remain silent is a gift, not just to yourself, but to the other person. It allows them to hear their own words. It leaves space for growth instead of escalating reaction. Enduring small injustices also reminds you that you don't need to win every exchange. You're not keeping score. You're not collecting moments to prove you're right. You're practicing peace. And peace often looks like stillness, even when the world expects a fight. You also discover humility through this practice, because often what offends you is not about the action, but about your sense of self-importance. And when you release the need to defend that self, you realize you're more than your ego, you're more than your reputation, you're more than a single comment or glance. And this doesn't make you weak, it makes you free, because the person who needs to respond to every slight is not free. They are owned by reaction, by pride, by fear of being seen as less. But when you can let a minor offense pass with no need to prove yourself, you've reached a new kind of strength. One that doesn't shout, one that doesn't break, one that knows exactly what it stands for and doesn't need to say it out loud. You'll begin to live lighter, not because the world is softer, but because your grip on needing to control it has loosened. You'll speak when it serves. You'll stay silent when it strengthens you. You'll know when to act and when to let it go. This discipline carries over into your body. Your nervous system calms, your tension lowers, your breath slows, because you're no longer treating every annoyance as a battle. You're conserving your energy for what matters. You're saving your strength for when it truly counts. Over time, people will notice, not because you correct them, but because your steadiness speaks louder than your words ever could. You become someone who doesn't flinch at minor disrespect, who doesn't rise to bait, who walks away, not in defeat, but in quiet mastery. That's the power of enduring small injustices silently. You shift the focus from them to you, from ego to wisdom, from noise to clarity. And in that shift, you build the kind of strength that cannot be shaken by smallness, the kind that lets the wind blow without needing to chase it, the kind that walks with calm no matter what stirs around you. Once you begin choosing silence over ego and letting small offenses pass without reacting, you realize how much peace exists in not needing to win. There's a calm that forms when your worth no longer depends on being right or being heard. But as you learn to hold yourself with discipline, a deeper challenge remains. How do you soften toward others who are still reactive, who still judge, offend, misunderstand, or hurt? It's not enough to restrain yourself. You must now learn how to see others with understanding, even when they seem undeserving. This is where the Stoic concept of sympathia becomes essential. Sympathia is the recognition that you are not alone, not separate, not isolated. That every human being, regardless of behavior, belief, or background, is part of the same whole. It's the conscious understanding that everyone is made of the same material, walks through the same impermanence, and lives under the same sky. In this view, your suffering is not special. Neither is your struggle. You are part of a living network, tied to every other person by shared limits, shared emotions, and shared mortality. When you pause to reflect on this truth, your perspective shifts. That person who cut you off, who interrupted, who judged you, who failed you, they are not just a problem to solve. They are also human. Like you, they have felt grief. Like you, they've carried doubt. Like you, they have wished to be more and failed. That doesn't excuse their behavior, but it changes how you hold it. This mindset begins with stepping back. When someone frustrates you, take a moment and strip away their role. Forget their name, their status, their position in your life. Just see them as a fellow traveler, a human born into confusion, trying to survive in a world that often feels too large and too loud. Someone who, like you, is vulnerable to fear, longing, insecurity, and fatigue. And when you can see that clearly, even for a moment, your resentment dissolves. You don't need to make them into something better. You don't even need to agree with them, but you do begin to release the need to hate them. You stop reducing them to their worst behavior. You start holding space not just for what they did, but for what they are. Sympathia also invites you to remember your own lowest points. The times you snapped because you were tired. The times you judged because you felt small. The times you didn't respond well, not because you were cruel, but because you were human. When you extend that same grace to others, you're not lowering the bar. You're practicing fairness. You're seeing the full picture. This is not weakness, it's vision. To see clearly is to see the whole, context, cause, condition. You begin to understand that most harm is passed down, not created. That behind every harsh action is a person shaped by pain. And while this doesn't make all behavior acceptable, it makes it easier to approach others with compassion instead of contempt. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius wrote that we must remind ourselves every day that we will meet people who are selfish, rude, and ignorant, and that we must not be surprised by this, nor allow it to destroy our inner peace. He reminded himself that all people act from what they believe is good, even if their beliefs are misguided. And that since we share a rational nature, we must respond not with judgment, but with wisdom and unity. To live with sympathia is to accept that no one escapes suffering. The person you envy is hurting in ways you can't see. The person you despise is fighting battles they've never named. The person who hurt you may have never been shown how to love well. Everyone is carrying something, and this truth, when remembered often, changes your posture toward the world. You start walking slower, speaking softer, assuming less, listening longer. You stop building stories in your head about who people are based only on what they show. You begin to give space for contradiction, for complexity, for growth. And this isn't about pretending everyone is good. It's about understanding that everyone is trying, even when they fail, even when they fall short, even when their trying doesn't look like yours. Practicing this mindset changes how you handle conflict. You no longer need to win. You're more interested in understanding. You begin to ask what someone's behavior is protecting. You wonder what they're afraid of. You begin to listen beneath the words, not because you're responsible for fixing them, but because understanding them reduces your own bitterness. It also changes how you carry power. When you hold authority in any space, you use it with care. You stop punishing to feel strong. You start guiding with patience. You remember that others are as vulnerable to error as you are. You see leadership not as control, but as service. And when you're in pain, sympathia brings comfort, because you remember you're not alone. Others have felt what you feel. Others have survived. Others have come through darkness and found light again. This dissolves isolation. It connects you to humanity across time and space. Even strangers become part of your circle. The person behind the counter, the driver next to you, the parent walking their child. They are not background, they are people. They carry history. They deserve presence. When you look at them through this lens, you stop objectifying, you stop ignoring, you start seeing, and this seeing expands your compassion, not in theory, but in real, everyday behavior. You're more likely to forgive, to pause, to offer help, to say thank you, to withhold judgment, to smile. These things don't fix the world, but they do create space. And that space invites healing. This practice also calms your fear, because when you see yourself as part of the whole, you stop believing that your worth depends on being separate. You stop needing to be better, louder, faster. You begin to understand that your value is not earned through comparison, it's given by existence, and the same is true for everyone else. Sympathia builds humility. It strips away arrogance. It reminds you that the person you look down on today might teach you something tomorrow, that no status protects anyone from pain, that no title guarantees character, that behind every mask is a face not so different from your own. And in this awareness, you find peace. You stop fighting every difference. You stop resenting every flaw. You start walking through life not with defenses, but with openness. You stop assuming the worst. You start offering the benefit of the doubt, not because you're naive, but because you're wise. This wisdom changes your presence. People feel safer around you, not because you agree with them, but because you don't need to judge them. You hold boundaries, yes, but not with cruelty. You speak truth, but not to shame. You carry strength, but not to dominate. You simply show up, with eyes that see the shared humanity in everyone, and a heart that remembers its place in the web of life. That is sympathia in action, a posture of connection, a mindset of shared fragility, a commitment to compassion not because it's easy, but because it's true. And when you live this way, resentment loses its grip, judgment loses its edge, separation fades, and what remains is something deeper than agreement. It's belonging, not to a tribe, not to a belief, but to the whole, to the one human family, stumbling and striving and rising together, not perfect, not pure, but human, just like you, just like me, just like all of us. When you begin to see others through the lens of shared humanity, your perspective widens. You understand that beneath every appearance, every behavior, and even every mistake is a person not so different from yourself, struggling, learning, searching for meaning in a world that offers little certainty. But as you soften toward others, a deeper challenge remains. How do you extend that same compassion toward your own limitations? How do you face the uncomfortable truth that even with all your insight, there is so much you don't yet know? This is where humility moves from principle into practice, and it begins with three simple, often feared words: I don't know. This statement, used sincerely, is not weakness. It is the first clear act of wisdom. To say I don't know is to stop pretending. It is the moment when learning becomes possible and when false confidence begins to lose its hold. In a culture that often confuses certainty with competence, admitting ignorance can feel risky. But for the Stoic and the Socratic thinker, it is not only necessary, it is noble. This practice begins by watching your own language. Pay attention to how often you speak with authority on subjects you haven't studied, how often you give opinions that are shaped more by second-hand information than by direct understanding, how often you nod along, comment, or advise, not because you know, but because silence feels uncomfortable. These are habits rooted in ego, in the need to seem informed. But wisdom has no interest in performance. It only values truth. Start identifying areas where your knowledge is thin, but your confidence is thick. Not to shame yourself, but to become aware. It may be in conversations about politics, health, philosophy, finance, relationships, or any field where everyone seems to have an opinion. Notice where you speak from assumption. Notice where you borrow the words of others without examining the roots. Once you see this, don't cover it up. Say it clearly, I don't know. And let that pause stand. Don't rush to follow it with speculation. Don't soften it with excuses. Just allow yourself to own the space of uncertainty. In that space, you begin to separate truth from noise. You begin to see the limits of your mind not as flaws, but as frontiers. This habit also reshapes how you listen. When you stop preparing responses in your head, you start absorbing what's actually being said. You hear new ideas without immediately needing to judge them. You learn not to fear contradiction. You welcome complexity. You develop curiosity without pressure. And this curiosity becomes your greatest strength. Because while arrogance assumes it already knows everything worth knowing, humility is always open to being changed. That openness is what transforms ignorance, not into embarrassment, but into understanding. One honest question leads to another. One admission of "I don't know" leads to a real conversation. One gap in knowledge becomes a reason to study, not to hide. You'll also notice that others respond differently to you. People feel more connected when they see that you're not performing. They trust you more when you don't claim what isn't yours. They feel safer to share, question, and reflect when you model honesty instead of ego. This practice also strengthens your internal dialogue. You stop repeating thoughts that feel confident but are built on shaky ground. You begin to hold your beliefs to the light. You ask where they came from, who shaped them, and whether they still hold up. Some will, others won't. That process is how thinking evolves. And without the humility to say, "I don't know," it never begins. Socrates famously said that the wisest person is the one who knows they know nothing. This wasn't a trick or a display of modesty. It was a discipline, a deep intellectual humility. He understood that most people aren't held back by lack of intelligence, but by the illusion of certainty. They stop growing because they stop questioning. They stop questioning because they fear being wrong. But when you remove that fear, when you allow yourself to be wrong, when you make peace with the fact that your knowledge will always be incomplete, you stop protecting an image and start building real insight. You become flexible, adaptive, open-minded. You respond to new information with interest, not defensiveness. You welcome correction. You seek feedback. This mindset also trains your speech. You begin to qualify your words with care. You stop saying always and never. You start saying, based on what I've read, from what I understand, or this may be incomplete. These are not signs of weakness. They are signals of a mind that respects the truth more than the spotlight. And in the moments where you do speak with certainty, others will listen more closely, because they know you don't speak that way casually. You've earned that clarity through quiet study, through the discipline of questioning, through the practice of holding uncertainty without panic. This practice also protects your peace, because the more you pretend to know, the more pressure you feel to maintain the illusion. But when you give yourself permission to not know, you relieve that burden. You no longer fear being exposed. There's nothing to expose. You've already spoken the truth. You also avoid the trap of intellectual pride, the belief that learning one truth means you understand the whole, that mastering one field makes you an authority on others. Stoicism warns against this. It reminds us that no amount of wisdom exempts us from error, that even the most careful mind must be vigilant, that even the most experienced person still has blind spots. And so the habit of saying, "I don't know," becomes a safeguard against arrogance, a quiet reset, a gentle reminder that knowledge is not a destination, but a path, that wisdom is not a possession, but a practice. This approach also creates stronger communities. When leaders, teachers, and mentors model this humility, they set a tone of openness. They create a culture where it's safe to question, to challenge, to grow, where authority is earned through honesty, not image, where wisdom is collective, not performative. Even in personal relationships, this habit matters. Saying, "I don't know why I acted that way," or "I don't know how you feel," invites connection. It opens doors. It removes defensiveness. It allows for mutual discovery instead of domination. And most importantly, it transforms your relationship with learning. It makes it joyful again. Because when you're no longer trying to prove you know, you're free to explore. You follow ideas with curiosity. You read without pressure. You ask with sincerity. You stop rushing to conclusions. You start building from the ground. This shift isn't just intellectual, it's emotional. It brings peace. It invites wonder. It softens the edges of judgment. It deepens your presence. Because you're no longer trying to carry the weight of knowing everything, you're simply walking with awareness. And in that walk, you learn more than you ever did when pretending. Because now, you're not protecting a version of yourself. You're shaping the real one. That is the practice of saying, "I don't know." A commitment to truth over ego. A choice to value learning over appearance. A path to turn ignorance not into shame, but into strength. Admitting "I don't know" opens the door to something rare, a life guided by honesty rather than assumption. It strips away the need to perform and creates space for actual learning, deeper reflection, and thoughtful presence. But as you begin to live with this kind of humility, a deeper question rises quietly through the stillness. If I'm not here to impress, not here to be seen as the smartest, not here to chase constant approval, Then what am I here to become? And that's where the work of shaping the future self begins. Because if your life is not going to be driven by ego, it must be led by intention. If not by image, then by principle. Stoicism is not a path of self-denial. It's a path of self-definition. It asks you not what you want to do, but who you want to be when everything is taken away. Status, money, followers, titles, roles. What remains when there's nothing left to decorate the surface is your true character. And this character is not something that forms by accident. It is chosen, shaped, and strengthened over time. The clearest way to begin this process is to design the self you would be proud to have remembered, not in an award speech or a performance review, but in your eulogy. This is not a dark exercise. It is one of the most grounding, honest, and illuminating practices you can do. Ask yourself this: if people gathered to speak about your life after you're gone, what would you hope they would say? Not about your accomplishments, but about how you showed up, how you treated others, what kind of presence you carried, what values you lived by consistently. The answers to these questions form the blueprint of your ideal self. Not the fantasy version, but the version rooted in virtue. The one who wasn't perfect, but was intentional. The one who made mistakes, but learned from them. The one who didn't try to impress the world, but who impacted it quietly through character. This is the foundation of legacy. Not wealth, not success, but identity lived consistently through action. When you write your eulogy self, focus on what matters most. Not what you achieved, but who you became in the process. Were you reliable, kind, courageous? Did people trust your word? Did you make others feel seen and respected? Did you speak with honesty, even when it was hard? Were you the same person in private that you were in public? These reflections cut through noise. They silence the ego's need to be admired and refocus your mind on what is lasting. Because one day, all that will remain is the impression you left on others through the way you lived. And when that day comes, you won't care about how many likes your posts got, how much money you had in your account, or whether you reached every career goal. You will care if you lived in a way that meant something. Designing your eulogy self is not about perfection, it's about clarity. Clarity that allows you to return to your principles in moments of doubt, pressure, or distraction. Clarity that reminds you what kind of choices reflect your deepest values. This clarity becomes your standard, and when you feel yourself pulled off course by temptation, comparison, fear, you return to that standard. Not to shame yourself, but to recenter. You can write this vision out, revise it often, speak it aloud in quiet moments, or reflect on it in your journal. However you do it, keep it alive. Revisit it not only during crisis, but during normal days. The goal is not to wait for a turning point to reflect on who you're becoming. The goal is to shape your direction every day with every action, word, and habit. And when you fall short of that vision, as everyone does, you reflect with honesty, not self-hate. You ask, what did I miss? What story did I tell myself? What fear led me off course? Then you return. The Stoic self is not built through one decision. It is built through the discipline of returning again and again to what you value most. You'll also begin to notice that many things which once seemed urgent begin to lose their power. When you hold your eulogy self in mind, it becomes easier to say no to distractions that don't align. You stop chasing status for its own sake. You stop arguing to win. You stop choosing what's popular over what's true. You move slower, more intentionally. You speak with purpose. You lead with presence. This practice also helps you discern what kind of impact you're making in your daily life. Because legacy is not something you leave behind, it's something you live now. Every interaction, every choice, every silence is a part of it. You start to see the people around you not as extras in your story, but as the very fabric of your character. How you treat them, especially when you think no one is watching, shapes your future self more than any goal you reach. And over time, you begin to notice that living this way does not limit you. It frees you. You stop asking what will make you look good and start asking what will make you grow. You stop needing to chase approval because you've already chosen a standard higher than any crowd could set. You live not for applause, but for alignment. This alignment becomes your compass. In moments of conflict, you ask, what would my future self want me to do right now? In moments of temptation, what would the version of me I most respect choose? In moments of fatigue or confusion, what will I be proud of not today, but when I look back years from now? This doesn't make life easier, but it makes it clearer. The discipline of living toward your eulogy self strips away superficial decisions. It keeps your actions grounded. It helps you choose what is right, even when it is inconvenient. And in doing so, it builds a life that is not only well lived, but deeply respected. People around you will feel this shift. You won't need to tell them you're living by principle. They will feel it in your steadiness, in your kindness, in the way you speak the truth without sharpness, in how you hold boundaries without resentment, in how you serve without needing attention, in how you love without control, and you, in turn, will feel lighter. Not because life is less demanding, but because your sense of self is no longer tied to every external measure. You've already chosen who you are becoming. You live each day as a rehearsal for that final moment, not with fear, but with purpose. The beauty of this practice is that it gives you agency. You are not a passenger waiting to see what kind of person life turns you into. You are the author, and every word you write in how you live becomes the sentence someone else will one day speak on your behalf. Choose your sentences carefully. Choose them with meaning. Choose them with love. This is how the Stoic shapes identity, not by accident, but by intention. Not for ego, but for truth. Not to be remembered for what they had, but for how they lived. You don't have to wait for the end to begin living with that clarity. You can begin today, one action at a time, one conversation at a time, one decision at a time. And as you do, you move closer, not just to the self others will speak of, but to the self you already know you're meant to become. Once you begin shaping your future self with clarity, crafting a life that aligns with how you want to be remembered, every moment starts to feel more deliberate. You no longer drift from one day to the next, hoping to stumble upon meaning. You begin building it piece by piece, habit by habit. But even with that vision in place, one obstacle continues to stand in your path, quietly pulling you away from what you've committed to become. The constant noise of desire. Not the kind rooted in survival, but the kind that sneaks in through comfort, distraction, impulse, and indulgence. Desire is not the enemy, but when it multiplies unchecked, it divides your focus and scatters your energy. The Stoics understood this clearly. They believed that most suffering does not come from what life withholds, but from what we chase without reflection. When you're pulled in 100 directions by fleeting wants, it becomes nearly impossible to act from intention. The mind becomes clouded, and when your mind is clouded, your identity weakens, which is why today's practice is as simple as it is powerful. Choose one desire and let all others go. This practice is not about denial for its own sake. It's about mastery. You are not depriving yourself to prove discipline. You are narrowing your energy to sharpen your purpose. When you pursue one desire fully, consciously, intentionally, you begin to experience its depth. You no longer skim the surface of your impulses. You immerse yourself in what matters. Start this practice by waking up and identifying the one thing that holds your focus today. It might be a task, a commitment, or a meaningful conversation. It could be a form of rest or an act of service. Whatever it is, choose it with intention. Then make a quiet promise to yourself. Everything else that tempts your attention today can wait. What you'll notice first is the mind's resistance. It will offer you distractions. It will suggest easier paths. It will stir other wants in rapid succession. These are not signs of failure. They are signs of withdrawal. Because most people are addicted to option hopping. They crave novelty, not because they enjoy it, but because they fear the discomfort of focus. By limiting yourself to one desire, you're not just choosing a goal, you're unlearning mental dependency. This singular focus is what makes great work possible. It's what turns a shallow effort into a deep practice, and it applies to every area of life. In conversations, it means being fully present without mentally checking out. In eating, it means savoring your food instead of watching something else at the same time. In learning, it means going deep into one idea instead of skimming through 20. This is how you reclaim attention, not just as a tool, but as a way of being. Over time, this discipline builds emotional strength. When you can delay or say no to your secondary desires, you begin to understand how often they're rooted in impulse rather than value. You see that the urge to scroll, to snack, to speak, to be seen, often comes not from real need, but from emotional habit. By limiting yourself to one desire, you give your nervous system a chance to rest. You stop feeding the loop of reactivity. You give yourself back control. This practice also reveals what you truly care about. When you can only pick one thing for the day, you start to see what rises above the noise. What brings you energy, not just stimulation. What feels purposeful, not just easy. This kind of clarity is rare in a world that equates freedom with unlimited choice. But the Stoics taught that true freedom is not having more options. It's needing fewer. That clarity sharpens your relationships too. You stop splitting your attention between people and screens. You stop half listening. You stop overcommitting and under-delivering. You begin showing up fully to one thing, and the people in your life notice. Your presence deepens. Your words carry more weight. Your promises are kept not because they're convenient, but because they reflect your character. Limiting yourself to one desire also helps you cultivate patience, because desire often rushes. It wants now, but mastery waits. When you deny yourself the second and third desire, you learn to sit with stillness, with quiet, with a kind of emptiness that many avoid. But that space is powerful. It's where awareness grows, where insight emerges, where peace is found not through adding more, but through needing less. You can practice this in every area. Limit yourself to one luxury, one treat, one indulgence, one reward, and then ask, what if this was enough? Not as punishment, but as a test of your strength. Can you feel full without overfilling? Can you enjoy without clinging? Can you rest without guilt? These questions reveal your level of mastery, not just over your behavior, but over your identity. This exercise also dissolves comparison. When you're focused on one chosen path, you stop glancing sideways at what others are chasing. You no longer measure yourself by how much you're consuming. You begin to experience the richness of simplicity, the depth of what's in front of you, the joy of effort unbroken by constant interruption. Over time, this practice becomes a kind of internal compass. You'll wake up asking not, "What do I feel like doing today?" but "What deserves my full attention today?" And that question changes your energy. You stop chasing mood. You stop outsourcing direction. You begin shaping your life by discipline, not desire. And this kind of discipline is not rigid. It's fluid. Some days your one desire might be writing. Other days it might be resting. One day it might be helping someone quietly. Another day it might be learning deeply. The point is not what you choose, but that you choose it consciously and you commit to it without being pulled away by everything else that wants your attention. This practice also strengthens your sense of self, because the more you say no to lesser desires, the more you trust your ability to stay the course. That trust builds confidence, not the loud external kind, but the quiet certainty that you can rely on your own decisions, that you can delay gratification, that you are not at the mercy of every craving, every opportunity, every passing urge. And as this confidence builds, you begin to respect yourself more. You stop abandoning your own word. You stop betraying your deeper goals for momentary pleasures. You begin to live with alignment between what you say, what you intend, and what you do. This is what the Stoics meant by freedom, not indulgence, but control, not restriction, but choice. The power to choose one thing, to give yourself fully to it, and to walk away from all else, not because it wasn't tempting, but because it wasn't necessary. And in that choice, you find clarity, not just in your schedule, but in your soul. You find a kind of peace that can't be purchased, only practiced. A strength that doesn't shout, but endures. A simplicity that, far from being dull, reveals the richness hidden beneath the noise of constant wanting. That is the gift of limiting yourself to one desire. It is not a rule, it is a practice. A way of living where your focus becomes devotion, where your discipline becomes art, where your life, instead of being filled with 10 half-finished pursuits, becomes full through one fully lived moment at a time. The decision to limit yourself to a single desire each day teaches you something profound. Your energy is too valuable to be scattered. You realize how much clarity is found in discipline, how much peace lives in simplicity, and how easily your values can be drowned out when you're pulled in every direction by small competing urges. When you consciously narrow your focus, you no longer live by impulse, you live by choice. But even with this strength growing quietly inside you, there remains one truth that can never be ignored. This discipline must be renewed daily. And if you drop it, even briefly, the consequences are sharper than you expect. It's easy to forget how fragile clarity is until you go without it. One day, one decision, one careless morning, without your usual practice, without that small pause, without returning to your principles, can unravel more than you think. And this isn't meant as a warning, it's a reminder, because understanding what is lost when you abandon the path is one of the most powerful ways to stay on it. Take a moment to reflect. What happens when you don't practice awareness? When you skip your daily silence? When you let virtue fall to the background in favor of ease or emotion? At first, it might feel like nothing serious. Maybe just a faster pace, a few shortcuts, a few impulsive choices. But look closer. Without discipline, your attention begins to scatter again. You check your phone before you check your values. You rush into conversations instead of arriving with presence. You respond before you reflect. And slowly, your thoughts begin to lose structure. Your emotions creep back into control. Small frustrations become large ones. The things you could once let go of begin to stick. Without temperance, small indulgences expand. You eat without hunger, speak without purpose, scroll without thought. You seek stimulation not because it brings joy, but because silence has once again become uncomfortable. You break promises to yourself, but rationalize them quickly. You tell yourself you'll return to your path tomorrow. But tomorrow comes with even more inertia. Without courage, you find yourself avoiding confrontation. You hold back truth in moments when it mattered. You silence your own voice because ease feels safer than clarity. You agree to things you don't believe in. You lose the muscle of conviction and begin to replace it with the soft comfort of compliance. Without justice, your presence in the lives of others starts to shift. You speak less carefully. You listen with less patience. You judge more quickly. You become less generous, not because you've turned cold, but because you've turned distracted. You begin acting from ego again, wanting to win, to be seen, to be right. You forget to ask what the moment demands of you beyond your own desires. Without wisdom, your decisions become reactive. You stop questioning your motives. You stop examining your thoughts. You move forward on assumptions and feelings rather than clarity. You believe what flatters your comfort instead of what challenges your growth. You forget that knowing your limits is itself a form of knowledge. All of this might happen quietly. No single moment feels like collapse. But by the end of that day, your peace has shifted. You feel restless, irritated, disconnected. You wonder why small things are bothering you again. Why your confidence feels shaken. Why the person you've been working so hard to become seems suddenly far away. This is what happens when you stop practicing, not because you're weak, but because no one is exempt from drift. The Stoics knew this. That's why they emphasized daily renewal. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself every morning what kind of day to expect. Seneca wrote letters to himself and others to reinforce his understanding. Epictetus told his students to examine themselves constantly, not in shame, but in vigilance. The goal was never perfection. It was remembrance. This practice of imagining a day without Stoic discipline isn't about guilt. It's about awareness. It's a mirror. It helps you stay alert to the subtle ways in which your peace is replaced by noise. It helps you trace the path back, not with panic, but with clarity. You stop looking for dramatic signs and start noticing the small shifts. That's what keeps you anchored. Because, truthfully, you don't lose your path in one big decision. You lose it in inches, in skipping a breath, in ignoring a thought, in avoiding a principle because it's inconvenient. But just as easily as you lose the way, you can return to it through one pause, one refusal, one moment of realignment. That's why this practice matters so much, not to fear failure, but to respect how fragile strength can be when neglected. It keeps you honest, it keeps you steady, and it reminds you why you began this path in the first place. You didn't begin it to be impressive. You began it because you were tired of being reactive, because you wanted to live with more clarity, more purpose, more integrity. You wanted your mind to be a place of order, not chaos. You wanted your words to mean something. You wanted your choices to reflect your values, not your mood. Every day you practice you get closer to that version of yourself. Every day you skip, you hand some of that progress back, not permanently, but meaningfully. And what's more, the people around you feel it too. On the days you drift, they see it in your energy, in your tone, in your presence, or your absence. They may not name it, but they feel it. And over time, the sum of those days becomes your real impact. Which is why even one missed day matters, not because of punishment, but because of momentum. When you consistently return to your practice, no matter how often you fall, you build trust with yourself. That trust becomes your inner anchor. It makes you less reactive, not because your life gets easier, but because you become harder to shake. It gives you strength without tension, clarity without force, peace without isolation. And that is the kind of presence that builds a legacy, not through fame, but through steadiness, not through control, but through alignment. So the next time you feel like skipping your reflection, your silence, your journal, your pause, remember the cost. Not just the immediate discomfort you avoid, but the future self you drift further from. Remember that the version of you that feels proud, clear, and steady does not appear by chance. It's shaped through repetition, through attention, through choice. Every practice matters. Every return matters. Every time you step back into discipline, you re-enter the identity you're working so hard to live by. That's why this thought exercise is more than a warning. It's a gift. It reminds you not to fear failure, but to fear forgetting what kind of life you're trying to build. And if you forget for a moment, that's okay. Just don't stay there. Step back. Remember who you were before the noise, then begin again. Not someday, today. Once you've seen what happens when you drift from the path, when you let go of discipline, awareness, and virtue, something settles deep within you. A renewed respect for consistency. Not forced, not dramatic, but quiet and necessary. You remember that peace is fragile and that clarity must be maintained, not assumed. But even with that understanding, there are parts of life that don't obey your effort. There are events that arrive uninvited, outcomes you never wanted, and wounds that discipline alone cannot prevent. And this is where philosophy must rise beyond practice and become a way of seeing, not just in action, but in acceptance. There are parts of your story that still carry resentment. Events that shaped you, but not in ways you asked for. Pain you didn't earn. Loss you couldn't prevent. Circumstances you would have done anything to avoid. The mind tends to revisit these moments and label them as unfair, unnecessary, or meaningless. The heart struggles to understand why they happened, but the Stoics offer a path through this internal conflict, not by denying the pain, but by transforming how you relate to it. This is the practice of amor fati, the love of fate. Not merely tolerating what has happened, but embracing it, welcoming every event, even hardship, as something necessary for the shape of your life. Not because it was pleasant, but because it was formative. Because without it, you would not be who you are. Without it, you may never have developed the strength, empathy, patience, or clarity that you now carry. And this shift in view changes everything. Begin this reflection by identifying a single hardship that still stirs discomfort or regret. Something from your past that you often wish had gone differently. Instead of resisting it, bring it fully into your awareness. Not to relive the pain, but to examine it with new eyes. Ask yourself, what did this experience teach me that ease never could? What parts of my character were carved in that season? What resilience was born there that still carries me today? This isn't about romanticizing suffering. It's about refusing to let it be wasted. Pain that is merely endured leaves scars. Pain that is examined becomes fuel. It becomes the very material through which your integrity is forged. And when you begin to see it that way, something opens. Not just tolerance, but gratitude. Not a surface-level thankfulness, but a deep respect for the role that adversity plays in shaping the soul. This perspective gives you back power, because when you stop fighting what cannot be undone, you begin focusing on what can be built. You stop asking, "Why me?" and start asking, "What now?" That question turns pain into movement. It shifts you from victim to student, and that shift changes your posture toward all of life, not just the past. You also become more forgiving of others and of yourself, because once you see that hardship is universal, that pain spares no one, and that your suffering was not proof of failure, but part of the human experience, you release the shame. You release the comparison. You release the illusion that your life was supposed to be smooth. The Stoics believed that nothing happens against nature, and that includes the challenges you face. Every obstacle, when viewed through the lens of amor fati, is also an invitation to grow. The obstacle becomes the path, not because it blocks you, but because it reveals you. It shows what's unbreakable in you. It reveals the parts of you that no longer serve. It challenges the ego and strengthens the soul. Even the things you lost along the way, the relationships, the opportunities, the time, they don't disappear without offering something in return. But you must look closely. You must be willing to ask what that loss revealed, what it taught you about value, about impermanence, about what really matters. Without that awareness, the loss remains empty. With awareness, it becomes transformational. This practice also makes you more present, because when you stop resisting the past, you stop fearing the future. You understand that life will bring what it brings. You can't control the sequence of events, but you can control the meaning you assign to them. And when you believe that every moment is usable, even the painful ones, you begin to live with a kind of invincibility. Not the kind that avoids harm, but the kind that absorbs it, transforms it, and carries it forward as strength. Amor fati also frees you from bitterness. Resentment is heavy. It demands constant emotional payment. It ties your energy to a moment that cannot be changed. But love of fate cuts that rope. It says, yes, that happened, and I will not waste it. It's not just about letting go. It's about picking up the pieces and building something better because of them. When you begin to live this way, the world stops feeling like it's happening to you. It starts feeling like it's happening for your development. Again, not because everything is good, but because everything can be used for good. And that distinction is everything. It gives you endurance. When new hardship comes, you no longer say, not again. You say, I've been here before. I know how to walk through this. You stop dreading challenges. You meet them with calm, not because you enjoy them, but because you know who they will make you if you face them well. This mindset doesn't just serve you, it serves others, because your example becomes a light. When people see you carrying your past without bitterness, when they see you speaking about loss without blame, when they see you still standing, not because you avoided pain, but because you used it, they begin to believe they can do the same. And in that way, your past becomes not just part of your story, but part of your service. So return to that moment now, that hardship, that failure, that wound. Ask, what did it uncover in me? What strength came forward that I didn't know I had? What illusion did it break? What values did it clarify? What part of my identity became more real because of this? Then, quietly, sincerely, give thanks. Not for the pain, but for the power it shaped. Not for the loss, but for the wisdom it left behind. This is not weakness. This is not surrender. This is the highest form of courage, to accept reality not just with tolerance, but with love. That's amor fati. Not fate as a burden, but as a teacher. Not pain as punishment, but as part of your design. A necessary part. One that adds weight to your values, depth to your compassion, and clarity to your path. To live this way is to move forward unchained, not because nothing hurt, but because nothing could stop you from becoming more. Not in spite of fate, but with it, with every part of it, with the silence, the loss, the failure, the growth. Because when you love what life gives, even the hardest parts, you become something rare, a person shaped by everything, owned by nothing, and grounded in meaning that no one else needs to understand for it to be real. After learning to embrace every hardship as material for growth, you begin to see your story differently. The parts that once seemed broken now reveal their purpose. You carry the weight of experience not as a burden, but as proof of strength. And yet, even with this deeper acceptance of the past, there remains a truth that shadows every breath. No matter how wisely you live, life will one day end, for you and for everyone you love. That truth can feel heavy, but to the Stoic, it is the key to living fully, not fearfully. Death is not something to fear, it is not the enemy, it is the natural end of all things. And because of that, it must be remembered, not with panic, but with clarity. This is the essence of memento mori, a daily awareness that every moment could be the last, that every conversation could be the final one, that every goodbye might be permanent. And when you remember this, not in theory, but in practice, it changes how you live today. You don't rush past the small moments. You don't hold on to grudges as if there will always be more time to resolve them. You don't postpone love or honesty or presence. You bring your full self into each moment because you know the moment is not guaranteed to return. One of the most practical and meaningful ways to internalize this awareness is to write a letter as if you would never see someone again, not from a place of fear or sadness, but from presence, from love, from truth. A letter that says what needs to be said while you still have the chance. Choose someone important in your life. It might be a family member, a partner, a close friend, or even someone you rarely speak to, but think of often. Sit with your thoughts quietly. Ask yourself, if I were gone tomorrow, what would I regret not having said to them? Don't aim for poetry or drama. This isn't about performing emotions. It's about clarity. Say what you feel without embellishment. Thank them for something specific. Acknowledge a moment you still carry. Offer forgiveness if there is tension. Ask for it if there is distance. Speak plainly. Let it be short. Let it be real. This kind of writing is uncomfortable at first. It pushes you to face endings in a culture that avoids them. But the discomfort is useful. It reveals what matters most to you. It reminds you how often we withhold love, not because we don't feel it, but because we think there will be another day to express it. When you rehearse death like this, you don't become more anxious. You become more open. The temporary nature of life becomes a reason to be kinder, a reason to let go of pride, a reason to live without leaving important things unsaid. This practice also changes your relationships. When you regularly reflect on mortality, you stop taking people for granted. You stop assuming they'll always be there. You pay closer attention. You forgive faster. You listen more fully. You show up with fewer conditions. You also become easier to be around. Because when you live with the awareness of death, you let go of many of the small irritations that cloud daily life. You don't argue over details that don't matter. You don't hold others hostage to your moods. You remember that the person in front of you is mortal, just like you, and that truth softens you. Even when conflict arises, this perspective helps. You still address what needs to be said, but with a different tone. You approach resolution with the knowledge that time is limited. You focus on truth, not dominance, on understanding, not winning. Because the real loss would be in losing the person while still holding on to anger. Rehearsing death also clears mental clutter. It reminds you what's essential. You stop spending your time on things that don't align with your values. You stop postponing your principles. You begin to live in a way that, if the end came soon, you'd have little left to regret. This doesn't mean you live in constant heaviness. It means you live with depth. The awareness of death doesn't crush joy. It intensifies it. It makes laughter more honest. It makes affection more generous. It makes silence more comforting. When you understand that every shared moment might be the last, every interaction gains weight. And that weight doesn't have to be heavy. It can be sacred. Even mundane things, sharing a meal, walking beside someone, hearing their voice, become richer. They become gifts you might otherwise overlook. This practice also allows you to live more truthfully. You stop pretending. You stop saying, "I'm fine," when you're not. You stop hiding what you really think or feel. Because one day, there won't be a later to explain yourself. So you begin to speak from the core. This honesty isn't harsh, it's loving. It's the kind that brings people closer because it comes without manipulation. You stop performing affection. You start offering it without demand. You say what you mean, not to control someone's response, but to honor your own clarity. And in doing so, you become someone others trust, not just because of what you say, but because of how you live, with presence, with simplicity, with sincerity. Writing a letter as if it were your last communication is not about dramatizing death. It's about respecting life. It's a way to align yourself with reality, to stop pretending you are promised time, and to begin giving your energy to what really matters. You can write one letter, or you can make it a habit, one each month or each week. You may never send them, but writing them will change you. They will show you your priorities. They will show you what you need to forgive. They will show you what you're still waiting to say, and they will invite you to stop waiting. Even one letter written with this clarity can shift the course of your relationship with someone. It may not fix the past, it may not change the future, but it can heal what exists now. And what exists now is all we ever truly have. So write the words that live inside you, not to impress, not to explain, just to say what's true, just to say what you may not have the chance to later. In that letter, you practice the essence of Stoic wisdom, not by thinking differently, but by living differently. You honor mortality not by fearing death, but by using it to wake up, to act, to love with urgency, to forgive with peace, to speak with courage. That is memento mori in its highest form, not as a reminder of what ends, but as a call to live in a way that leaves nothing essential unsaid. And when you do, your life begins to carry a kind of quiet completeness, not because it was long, but because it was real. After facing mortality with open eyes and writing the words that matter most, the surface-level noise of life falls quiet. You begin to move through your day with deeper presence, fewer assumptions, and more meaningful connections. You no longer feel the need to postpone honesty or delay gratitude. You've seen what's at stake. And now, the question is simple. How do you continue living each day with the same clarity? How do you make sure your values are not just thoughts, but actions, not just reflections, but habits? The answer lies in accountability, not to others, but to yourself. Reflection gives you insight, but it is regular self-measurement that builds consistency. To live like a Stoic is to bring discipline into each day, and the best way to do that is to track your alignment with the virtues you claim to believe in. This isn't about perfection, it's about awareness. It's about putting your ideals under daily review, not to judge yourself, but to learn from yourself. This is the purpose of the Daily Stoic Scorecard. You begin by identifying the core virtues the Stoics held above all else: wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. These are not abstract ideas. They are practical standards by which every word, choice, and response can be measured. When you end your day by reflecting on these virtues and giving yourself a score from 1 to 5, you begin to turn philosophical thought into repeatable behavior. Each number tells a story, not just of what happened, but of how you responded. And the beauty of this process is that it holds you accountable without shame. It is not a punishment, it is a mirror, one that reflects where you are growing and where you still need work. But it does so in a way that is honest, fair, and empowering. Start with wisdom. Ask yourself, did I act with clarity today? Did I think before speaking? Did I pause before judging? Did I seek to understand before rushing to explain? Wisdom is about seeing the situation clearly, without letting emotion distort it. If you let anger lead, your score might be low. If you asked questions, stayed calm, and let reason guide you, that's a strong day. Next, reflect on justice. This is about how you treated others, not how they treated you. Did you act fairly? Did you listen well? Did you speak the truth even when it was uncomfortable? Did you offer respect without needing to be right? Justice is not only about what you do, it's about your motivation. Did you act for your own gain, or did you consider the needs of those around you? Then look at courage, not in terms of grand gestures, but daily strength. Did you speak up when it mattered? Did you take action on something you'd been avoiding? Did you stay honest in a difficult moment? Did you resist the pull of comfort in favor of doing what was right? Courage doesn't always look like bravery. It often looks like persistence, presence, and saying what needs to be said with respect. Finally, assess temperance. Did you maintain balance today? Did you say no when you needed to? Did you stop before excess took over, whether in speech, consumption, or emotion? Did you act with control, even under stress? Temperance is about self-command and the ability to walk away from what tempts your lesser self. As you score each category from 1 to 5, take a moment to write a sentence or two explaining your choice. The number means little without the reflection. If you gave yourself a 3 in courage, why not a 4? If you scored low on temperance, where did your discipline weaken? If you scored high on justice, what moment showed your alignment? This practice becomes powerful not in a single day, but over time. you begin to notice patterns. Maybe you're consistent in wisdom but reactive in emotion. Maybe you show courage when standing up for others but struggle with honesty in personal matters. These observations become fuel for change. They show you where to focus, not because you are broken, but because you are building. The goal is not to achieve perfect scores. The goal is to stay aware, to get honest, and to keep choosing the path even when it's hard. Over time, your standards rise, not because you're comparing yourself to anyone else, but because you're becoming someone you trust. Another benefit of this practice is that it brings your mind back to the present. During the day, knowing that you'll score yourself later subtly changes your behavior. You pause more, you listen more, you make decisions with your future self in mind, and that pause creates better outcomes. Not always easier ones, but clearer, cleaner, and more aligned. It also reduces overreaction. When something goes wrong, instead of spiraling, you take a breath. You think, what would justice require here? How would wisdom respond? What does courage look like right now? These questions become internal guidance, and the scorecard becomes the feedback loop that keeps you honest. This tool also teaches self-respect, because when you begin to score yourself with fairness and without excuse, you build a kind of quiet pride. You begin to rely on your own standards, not the praise of others. You measure your progress based on how well you lived your values, not how easy your day was or how admired you felt. And on the days you fall short, the scorecard is still your ally. You look back, not to punish, but to understand. What triggered the loss of balance? What were you avoiding when you stayed silent? What emotion did you let guide your action? What belief went unchallenged? These reflections create adjustments, not shame. The daily scorecard also reinforces the idea that Stoicism is not a theory to admire, but a tool to apply. Reading about virtues is not the same as living them. Knowing what Seneca said about time means little if you still waste it. Quoting Marcus Aurelius does nothing if your actions contradict your values. This scorecard makes your principles visible. It turns philosophy into behavior and behavior into habit. You may choose to add more categories over time based on your personal values or commitments. Perhaps patience, gratitude, presence, or service. The structure remains the same. Score, reflect, adjust, repeat. You can do it in a notebook, in a digital document, or simply in your mind before sleep. What matters is consistency, not the format. And the more consistently you do it, the more clearly you see your own growth. You begin to witness your own transformation, not just in ideas, but in practice. You see how far you've come, not because life got easier, but because you became more centered, more aware, more intentional. This awareness becomes contagious. People around you notice your steadiness. Your presence begins to affect theirs, not because you lecture, but because you live in alignment, because you're not reacting constantly, because you're paying attention, because you carry yourself with integrity that is earned daily, not by appearance, but by habit. The scorecard is private. It's not for performance. It's not for comparison. It's for you. A mirror that keeps your growth honest. A compass that keeps your direction clear. A ritual that makes your values visible so they don't get buried under pressure, noise, or emotion. It is the final layer of discipline in a life led by principle. After awareness, acceptance, and intention comes the daily return, the quiet accounting, the moment where you ask, Did I live today according to who I say I want to be? And then, based on that answer, you return again tomorrow, with clearer eyes, stronger will, and a life shaped not by impulse, but by virtue, one action at a time. You've just spent 4 hours walking through the core of what Stoicism really is, not as an ancient theory, but as a way to live deliberately, powerfully, and peacefully in a chaotic world. You've learned how to separate control from concern, how to master your reactions, how to sharpen your focus, speak with intention, and lead your life with virtue at the center of every decision. You've faced the discomfort of truth, practiced presence over performance, embraced loss as a teacher, and understood that death is not the enemy, but a reminder to love more fiercely, act more sincerely, and leave nothing essential unsaid. You've designed the future self you want to become, and now you've got the daily tools to stay aligned. One breath, one pause, one choice at a time. Now it's your turn. Drop a comment below and complete this sentence. Starting today, I choose to live with. Let's see what you're committed to. Wisdom, courage, temperance. Tell the community. Let it begin now. If this spoke to you, if it helped you think clearer or breathe deeper, hit subscribe and tap the bell icon so you don't miss the next step on this journey. Because this isn't the end. It's the beginning of a new way to live. 1 hour, one habit, one principle at a time. Stay strong, stay grounded, stay stoic.